Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening where stories come alive and dreams take flight. Tonight, let us journey together to magical and peaceful places where your imagination can drift into whimsical worlds. As the gentle whispers of spring nights envelop you, allow yourself to relax deeply and let dreamlike visions dance around you. Anticipation builds as delightful and calming stories await, each one a soothing lullaby for your senses. So snuggle in, unwind, and let the soothing sounds of our tales guide you into a restful slumber. Story 1. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like sleepy fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled under a thick wool blanket, all was warm and safe. Listen closely now, for this is a story about quiet things, the kind of magic that doesn't shout but glows gently in the dark. In a little village tucked between misty mountains and a whispering forest, there lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet child with watchful eyes the color of twilight. While other children chased each other through the meadows or climbed the great oak tree in the village square, Leo preferred to sit on the stone wall near the edge of the woods, simply listening. He listened to the way the wind hummed through the tall grasses, to the secret language of birds at dusk, to the distant chime of the church bell that echoed through the valley. Most of all, he listened to the stories his grandmother told by the fireside, stories of forgotten paths and hidden wonders. One evening, as autumn began to paint the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, his grandmother handed him a small, smooth stone. It was no ordinary stone. When Leo held it in his palm, it felt strangely warm, and if he looked very closely, he could see a soft, pulsing light deep within it, like a captured ember. This, his grandmother said, her voice as soft as falling snow, is a Heartstone. It has been in our family for generations. They say it glows brightest when it is near something that needs to be found, or someone who needs to be reminded they are not lost. Leo clutched the stone, feeling its gentle warmth seep into his skin. That night he dreamt of a path lined with silver ferns, leading deep into the forest where the trees grew so tall they seemed to hold up the sky. The next morning, with the Heartstone tucked safely in his pocket, Leo felt a strange pull toward the woods. The usual fear that kept most villagers from venturing too far beyond the first line of trees seemed to melt away, replaced by a quiet curiosity. The stone in his pocket pulsed warmly, as if in encouragement. And so, with a small satchel of bread and cheese and a flask of cool water, Leo stepped onto the narrow path that wound into the forest. The air changed immediately. It became cooler, filled with the rich scent of damp earth, pine resin, and something else, something sweet and mysterious, like blooming night flowers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above in shifting patches of gold, and the further he walked, the more the world seemed to hush, listening along with him. He walked for what felt like hours, the path unfolding before him like a ribbon. The only sounds were the crunch of his boots on the fallen leaves, the chatter of a distant squirrel, and his own steady breath. He was about to wonder if he should turn back when he saw it, a faint, silvery glow ahead, unlike any sunlight. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, Leo stepped into a small, hidden clearing. And there, in the center, stood the most magnificent tree he had ever seen. Its bark was pale and smooth like moonlight, and its leaves shimmered with a soft, internal silver light. But that was not what made him catch his breath. Curled at the base of the tree, fast asleep, was a creature. It was about the size of a large fox, with fur the color of a shadowy twilight, deep indigo and soft violet. Its ears were long and tufted, and a silvery, mist-like mane flowed from its head down its back. As it slept, its sides rising and falling gently, tiny sparks, like miniature stars, flickered in and out of existence within its misty mane. Leo stood frozen, not with fear but with awe. He had never seen anything so beautiful and so peaceful. He slowly, carefully, sat down on a mossy log a few feet away, not wanting to wake it. He simply watched, the warmth of the Heartstone in his pocket a steady comfort. After a time, the creature stirred. It opened its eyes, eyes that were pools of liquid amber, wise and ancient. It looked at Leo, and instead of alarm, its gaze held only a calm curiosity. It yawned, revealing a small pink tongue, and stretched its legs before sitting up and regarding him properly. "Hello," Leo whispered, his voice barely a breath. The creature tilted its head. A sound like wind chimes, soft and melodic, seemed to emanate from it, though its mouth did not move. Leo understood the meaning, if not the words. It was a greeting. He learned in that quiet clearing that the creature was a glimmer fox, a guardian of forgotten places and lost stories. Its name it conveyed through a series of gentle images and feelings that appeared in Leo's mind was Finn. Finn was old, very old, and had been asleep for a long, long time. The world outside had changed, and the paths to its grove had grown over, its stories fading from memory. Finn seemed saddened by this, its starry mane dimming slightly. Leo, without thinking, pulled the Heartstone from his pocket. The moment it touched the open air, it glowed more brightly than ever before, its light a warm, cheerful gold that danced with Finn's soft silver luminescence. Finn's amber eyes widened. It leaned forward and gently nuzzled the stone, and then, to Leo's surprise, nuzzled his hand. A wave of pure, gentle friendship washed over him, warm and comforting as a hug. The Glimmer Fox had been alone, its purpose, to remember and protect the old magic, forgotten by the world. And Leo, a quiet boy who knew how to listen, had found him. Their friendship began in that sun-dappled, silver-lit grove. Leo would visit every day after finishing his chores. He would bring apples from the orchard or a leftover pastry from the bakery, and Finn would show him the wonders of the hidden world. Finn taught him how the bioluminescent moss on the north side of the trees could light a path on the darkest nights. He showed him where the shy, crystal-winged moths came to drink from dewdrops at dawn. They spoke in their quiet way, a mixture of Leo's soft words and Finn's chiming, mental images. Leo learned that the forest was full of magic, but it was a subtle magic. It was in the way the oldest trees hummed a low, steady song that kept the earth stable. It was in the hidden springs whose water could heal a weary heart. It was in the patterns of frost on leaves that told stories of winters long past. Finn was the keeper of these secrets, and now Leo was his apprentice. But as the days grew shorter and the air sharper, Leo noticed a change. Finn's brilliant silver light began to flicker unpredictably. Sometimes it would blaze brightly, and other times it would grow so faint Leo could barely see him. The star sparks in his mane appeared less frequently. A deep worry settled in Leo's heart. One afternoon, as a cold rain pattered on the canopy above them, huddled under the great silver tree, Finn showed him the reason. In Leo's mind, he painted a picture. The magic of the hidden world, Finn explained, was sustained by connection. It was fed by wonder, by stories told and remembered, by the gentle attention of kind hearts. As the village had grown more busy, more focused on the practicalities of life, the paths to wonder had been forgotten. The stories had stopped being told. The magic was fading from lack of nourishment, and Finn, as its guardian, was fading with it. The stories, Leo whispered, understanding dawning. My grandmother's stories, they were memories, they were keeping the path open. Finn nodded his great tufted head, a gesture of profound sorrow. The connection was nearly broken. Soon the grove would vanish into myth completely, and Finn would sleep, perhaps forever. Leo knew what he had to do. He had to rebuild the connection. He had to help people remember how to see. But how does a quiet boy who prefers listening make an entire village listen to him? He started small. The next day he didn't go straight to the forest. Instead, he went to the village square where the younger children played. He sat on the old stone wall and hesitantly at first began to tell them about the crystal-winged moths. He described their wings like stained glass and how they danced at dawn. The children, intrigued by the quiet boy who suddenly spoke, gathered around to listen. The day after that, he told them about the humming of the ancient trees. He didn't say it was magic, he simply described the sound, the feeling of peace it brought. He told them about the hidden springs, the sweetest water he had ever tasted. He became a storyteller. Every day he would share a small piece of what he had learned from Finn. He used his quiet voice not for silence, but for painting pictures with words. The children were enchanted. They began to look at the forest not as a dark, scary place, but as a place of mystery and beauty. They would ask their parents about the old stories, and slowly, around dinner tables and hearths, those stories began to be told again. Leo's grandmother watched him with a proud, knowing smile. She began to tell her stories to larger groups, her voice weaving spells of memory and wonder for all who would listen. A change began to sweep through the village, subtle but powerful. People began to take walks at the edge of the woods at dusk, just to listen to the evening chorus. They noticed the way the frost etched intricate patterns on their windows. They remembered the old names for the flowers and the stars. And deep in the hidden grove, Leo watched as Finn's light grew steadily stronger. The flickering stopped. His silver glow became constant and bright, and the star sparks in his mane danced and multiplied, filling the clearing with their gentle light. The great silver tree itself seemed to stand taller, its leaves shimmering with renewed energy. The connection was healing. On the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, Finn had a final gift for Leo. As the moon rose, full and brilliant, bathing the grove in ethereal light, Finn led him to the very center of the clearing. He touched his nose to the Heartstone in Leo's hand. A surge of warmth, not hot but deeply comforting, flowed from the stone up Leo's arm and throughout his entire body. In his mind, he didn't hear chimes or see images. Instead, he felt a deep, unwavering certainty. He understood that his quietness was not a weakness, but a kind of magic all its own. His ability to listen had allowed him to hear the world's most important secrets. He had not found his voice by learning to shout, but by discovering what was important enough to speak about. He had been transformed not into someone different, but into more truly himself. When he returned home that night, the village was quiet, blanketed in snow. The hearth in his home was dark, but as he entered, the Heartstone in his palm glowed. He knelt before the fireplace and held the stone near the kindling. A single warm ember drifted from the stone and landed on the dry wood. With a soft whoosh, a fire sprang to life, crackling with a golden warmth that filled the room. He knew then that his journey with Finn was complete. The path was remembered. The stories were being told. The magic was safe. He would always visit his friend, but the urgent need was gone, replaced by a peaceful, enduring bond. And so, dear listener, as this fire crackles and the night deepens outside your window, remember Leo's story. Remember that the greatest adventures often begin with a single, quiet step. That the most magical abilities are often kindness, attention, and a willing heart. That the world is full of hidden wonders waiting just off the path, glowing softly for those who know how to look. The friendship between the boy and the glimmer fox warmed them both, and its echo now warms this room and your heart. The mystery is solved, the connection made, the story told. So close your eyes now, and let the gentle glow of it guide you into dreams of silver leaves and starlit fur, of quiet courage and friendships that light up the dark. Sleep well, for all is well. The fire watches over you, and the story is safely tucked in for the night. Story 2. In a quiet corner of the universe, where the Veil Nebula shimmered like a curtain of liquid silver, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was here that two beings from worlds light years apart found themselves brought together by the gentle currents of fate. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where communication flowed through shifting hues and patterns of light. His name was Kalen, and his skin was like living mother of pearl, shimmering with soft pastel colors that shifted with his emotions. When he was curious, tiny flecks of gold would dance across his arms. When he was content, a gentle blue would wash over him like calm waters. He had large, dark eyes that could perceive the subtlest shifts in light, and delicate fingers that could weave luminescent threads into beautiful, meaningful patterns. The second was from the world of Harmonia, a place where thoughts were expressed through melodic vibrations and harmonic resonance. Her name was Lyra, and her form was slender and graceful, covered in fine, silvery filaments that hummed softly when she moved. Where Kalen spoke in colors, Lyra communicated through music, not with instruments but with the natural resonance of her being. Her voice was like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and her laughter sounded like crystal bells dancing on moonbeams. Their meeting came about when both their vessels, damaged by the same cosmic storm, were drawn to the Starlight Haven's automated repair systems. At first they circled each other warily in the station's main observatory, Kalen's colors flashing uncertain patterns of orange and gray, Lyra's filaments emitting cautious, low-frequency hums. The station itself was a place of wonder. Its walls were formed of crystalline structures that caught and refracted starlight into rainbows that danced across every surface. In its center grew a garden of cosmic flora, plants that absorbed starlight and glowed with soft bioluminescence, their petals changing color in response to emotion and sound. Their first attempts at communication were filled with comical misunderstandings. When Kalen tried to express hunger by glowing a specific pattern of warm yellow, Lyra thought he was expressing joy and responded with a celebratory crescendo of chimes that left him confused. When Lyra hummed a questioning melody, Kalen interpreted it as distress and flooded the room with soothing indigo light, which Lyra mistook for sadness. But in their shared isolation, with only the whisper of the station's systems and the gentle glow of the nebula outside, they began to learn each other's languages. Kalen would create intricate light patterns showing his homeworld's floating cities, and Lyra would respond with harmonic descriptions of her planet's singing forests. They discovered that certain colors and sounds created shared meanings. A particular shade of soft green paired with a specific harmonic tone meant friendship, while a shimmering gold light combined with a rising scale meant wonder. Together, they found their favorite place in the station, a small observatory dome where the crystalline ceiling could be retracted to reveal the star-dusted cosmos. Here they would spend hours, Kalen weaving light patterns that danced among the stars, Lyra humming melodies that seemed to harmonize with the celestial music of the spheres. One evening, as they watched a meteor shower paint silver streaks across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed Kalen's light patterns growing dim. She hummed a questioning tone, and he responded with a pattern of muted blues and grays. Through their slowly developing shared language, she understood he was feeling lonely for his world's great light festivals, where entire cities would create magnificent displays of synchronized color. In response, Lyra began the most beautiful melody she had ever created, a song of companionship and shared joy that made the crystalline walls of the observatory resonate with sympathetic vibrations. The very station seemed to come alive with her music, the garden plants glowing in rhythm, the crystals refracting light in time with her harmonies. Inspired, Kalen began to weave his light patterns into her music, creating a symphony of light and sound that transformed the observatory into something magical. The meteor shower outside seemed to dance to their creation, and for a glorious hour, two beings from different worlds created something entirely new, a language of friendship that needed no translation. As days turned into weeks, they found more ways to bridge their differences. They discovered that the station's garden responded to both light and sound, and together they cultivated new hybrid plants that bloomed with colors that sang and flowers that glowed in harmony with music. They created their own traditions, morning greetings with specific light patterns and harmonic responses, evening meditations where they would simply sit together watching stars being born in distant nebulae. There was the time Lyra tried to explain her people's concept of heart song, the unique vibration that each being carried that expressed their truest self. Kalen's colors swirled in confusion until Lyra placed his light-weaving hands against her silvery filaments, allowing him to feel the vibration directly. His entire being flooded with understanding in a brilliant cascade of rose-gold light. Similarly, when Kalen tried to show Lyra what color emotion felt like by having her place her hands against his skin while he cycled through different emotional hues, she finally understood how his people experienced the world, not just seeing colors, but feeling them as tangible emotions. Their greatest challenge came when the station's systems indicated their ships were repaired and ready for departure. For the first time since they'd learned to communicate, there was silence between them. Kalen's lights dimmed to near invisibility, Lyra's filaments still and silent. The thought of returning to their separate worlds, of losing this extraordinary friendship, was almost too much to bear. That night, as they sat in their observatory watching a binary star system perform its eternal dance, something remarkable happened. Lyra began to hum a melody that was both joyful and sorrowful, a composition that spoke of gratitude for their time together and the pain of impending separation. As she did, Kalen's lights began to pulse in time with her music, creating patterns that told the same story in his language. In that moment of shared sadness and beauty, they realized that their connection didn't have to end. Together, they devised a plan. They would program the station's communication systems to create a bridge between their worlds, a way to maintain their friendship across the light years. Using their combined understanding of light and sound, they created a communication device unlike any other, a crystalline console that could translate light patterns into harmonic vibrations and music into colorful displays. They spent their final days together programming it with all the shared meanings they had created, all the combined expressions of their friendship. When the time came to depart, they stood before their creation in the observatory. Lyra hummed a melody that meant "Until we meet again," while Kalen glowed with a pattern that meant "You are always in my light." They placed their hands on the console together, and it glowed with a soft golden light while emitting a harmonious tone that seemed to hold all the warmth of their friendship. As their ships departed in different directions, the Starlight Haven remained, a testament to their friendship, its garden still blooming with singing flowers, its observatory forever holding the memory of their shared moments. And across the vastness of space, their connection remained alive. Every evening, when the stars were bright in their respective skies, they would each go to similar consoles on their homeworlds. Kalen would weave light patterns that Lyra would receive as beautiful music, and Lyra would send harmonic vibrations that Kalen would see as dancing colors. Sometimes, when cosmic conditions were just right, they could even see the same star clusters from their different worlds. In those moments, though light years apart, they would share the same wonder, the same peace, knowing that kindness and friendship could bridge any distance, any difference. The universe is vast and filled with wonders beyond counting, but perhaps the most wonderful thing of all is that wherever there are beings who approach each other with open hearts, there will always be a way to say, "I see you, I understand you, you are my friend." And whether through light or sound or simply the quiet understanding between kindred spirits, that message will always find its way home. Story 3. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies at play. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Gather close now, dear listener, and let me tell you a tale of a lonely boy, a mysterious stone, and the friendship that warmed his world like the very embers glowing before us. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains stood as silent guardians, there lived a boy named Leo. His cottage sat at the edge of the woods, where the trees grew so thick and tall they seemed to touch the clouds. Leo was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of autumn oak leaves, and though he was surrounded by the beauty of nature, he often felt a loneliness that even the chattering brook couldn't fill. You see, Leo's parents were weavers who traveled to distant markets, leaving him in the care of his elderly grandmother. While she was kind and told wonderful stories, she often napped in her rocking chair by the fire, leaving Leo to explore the world on his own. The other village children played games of chase and laughter, but Leo preferred wandering the forest paths, collecting interesting stones and feathers, listening to the secret language of the woods. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Leo was returning from one of his explorations. The air grew cool, and a mist began to settle between the trees like a soft gray blanket. Leo quickened his pace, knowing night would soon fall completely. It was then that he noticed it, a soft, pulsing glow coming from beneath an ancient oak tree. The light was the color of warm honey mixed with the deep orange of fireplace embers. Curious, Leo approached cautiously. There, nestled among the roots that twisted like old fingers into the earth, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and warm to the touch. Patterns like swirling smoke seemed to move within its depths, and it pulsed with a gentle light that seemed to breathe in rhythm with the forest itself. As Leo picked it up, the stone grew warmer in his hand, and he felt a strange sense of comfort, as if he had found something he hadn't realized he was missing. That night, Leo placed the stone on his windowsill. As he lay in bed, its soft glow illuminated his room with a warmth that felt almost like companionship. He fell asleep watching the light pulse slowly, and for the first time in many nights he did not feel alone. The next morning, Leo awoke to find the stone had cooled to an ordinary gray rock. Disappointed, he picked it up, wondering if he had imagined its magic. But as he held it, the stone began to warm again, and those beautiful smoky patterns swirled to life once more. Leo realized the stone responded to his touch, glowing only when he held it with intention. Over the following days, Leo carried the stone with him everywhere. He discovered that when he felt curious or kind-hearted, the stone glowed more brightly. When he felt lonely or sad, its light dimmed but never completely faded, as if reminding him that even in darkness, light persists. One afternoon, following a path he had never taken before, Leo noticed something peculiar. The stone in his pocket began to pulse with a rhythm that felt almost urgent. Its light shone through the fabric of his trousers, casting a warm circle on the forest floor. Intrigued, Leo let the stone guide him, following where its light seemed brightest. The path led him deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the whisper of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. Just as Leo began to wonder if he should turn back, he came upon a sight that made him catch his breath. There, hidden behind a curtain of weeping willow branches, was a small clearing filled with flowers that glowed with their own soft light. In the center stood a circle of mushrooms that seemed to form a perfect doorway, and through this doorway Leo could see another world, a world where the light was always golden, like the hour before sunset, and where strange, beautiful plants grew in spirals toward the sky. Hesitantly, Leo stepped through the mushroom circle. The air here felt different, warmer, sweeter, as if filled with the scent of honey and cinnamon. The glowing stone in his hand now shone so brightly it illuminated the path before him like a lantern. It was then that he heard a soft rustling nearby. From behind a bush with silver leaves emerged a creature, unlike any Leo had ever seen. It was a fox, but its fur held shades of amber and gold that seemed to shift in the light, and its eyes were the color of melted chocolate. Most remarkably, from its forehead grew a small, crystalline horn that sparkled with inner light. The fox creature did not run away. Instead, it tilted its head and regarded Leo with intelligent eyes. Leo, remembering his manners, bowed slightly. "Hello," he said softly. "My name is Leo. I didn't mean to intrude." The creature stepped closer, and Leo noticed it was limping slightly. On its front paw, a thorn as long as his finger was embedded deep in the soft pad. Without thinking, Leo set down his glowing stone and approached slowly. "You're hurt," he murmured. "May I help?" The fox creature looked at him for a long moment, then slowly extended its injured paw. Leo worked gently, his small fingers carefully extracting the thorn. The creature flinched but did not pull away. When the thorn was removed, Leo tore a strip from his shirt and wrapped the wound neatly. As he finished, something remarkable happened. The fox creature's horn began to glow with the same warm light as Leo's stone. It stepped forward and nuzzled Leo's hand gently, and in that moment, Leo understood that a friendship had been formed. Over the following weeks, Leo visited the hidden world daily, always bringing his glowing stone. His new friend, whom he simply called Ember for the warm light it shared with his stone, became his constant companion. Ember showed Leo the wonders of this hidden realm, streams that flowed with liquid light, trees that sang when the wind passed through their leaves, and flowers that bloomed with tiny stars instead of petals. But Leo noticed something curious. Each time he visited, the world seemed slightly dimmer than before. The golden light grew paler, the singing trees more quiet, and even Ember's own glow seemed less vibrant. When Leo asked about this, Ember simply looked sad and nuzzled his hand. One evening, as Leo sat with Ember watching the light flowers open their petals to the twilight, an ancient tortoise with a shell that looked like a map of the stars approached them. His voice was like the creaking of old trees, wise and slow. "The world dims," the tortoise said, "because its heart grows weak. Long ago, a piece of the sun's core fell to earth and became the heart of our world, giving it light and life. But over time, pieces have broken away and been lost. Your stone," he said, looking at the glowing rock in Leo's hand, "is one such piece. There are others scattered throughout your world. Without them, our light fades." Leo looked at his stone, then at Ember's worried face, and finally at the slowly dimming world around them. "How many pieces are missing?" he asked. "7 in all," the tortoise replied. "Yours makes the 8th that has been found, but 7 still remain lost. If they are not returned before the next full moon, our world will fade completely, and the doorway will close forever." That night, Leo returned home with a determined heart. He knew what he must do. The next morning he began his search. His stone, he discovered, glowed more brightly when near other fragments. It led him to the village bakery, where a fragment had been used as a weight for measuring flour. It guided him to the blacksmith's shop, where another fragment had been incorporated into the forge, mistaken for ordinary ore. Piece by piece, Leo collected the fragments, each discovery requiring kindness and cleverness. The baker's daughter was ill, and Leo helped care for her in exchange for the baking weight. The blacksmith needed assistance organizing his tools, and Leo spent 2 days sorting hammers and tongs before being offered the unusual ore from the forge. With each fragment returned to the hidden world, the light grew stronger. The flowers glowed more brightly, the trees sang more joyfully, and Ember's own light became vibrant and strong. But as the days passed, Leo realized with growing concern that the full moon was approaching, and 3 fragments remained missing. The night before the full moon, Leo sat by his window, worrying. He had searched everywhere he could think of, but the stone remained silent, no longer pulsing with the urgent rhythm that indicated nearby fragments. His grandmother noticed his somber mood. "What troubles you, child?" she asked, her voice soft as down feathers. Leo hesitated, then decided to tell her everything, the stone, the hidden world, Ember, and the missing fragments. To his surprise, his grandmother did not laugh or dismiss his story. Instead, she smiled a knowing smile. "Long ago," she said, "when I was a girl no older than you, I found a stone that glowed with inner light. I kept it for many years, until one day it seemed to lose its magic, but perhaps its magic was simply waiting." She went to her wooden chest and retrieved a small velvet pouch. From it she poured 2 stones that immediately began to glow in response to Leo's own fragment. Leo gasped. "Grandmother, you had 2 all along." She nodded. "I found them near the waterfall when I was young. I thought they were pretty, so I kept them. But now I understand their true purpose." With renewed hope, Leo took the 2 stones. But still, one fragment remained missing. The full moon would rise the next evening, and without all 8 fragments, the hidden world would still fade. The next day, Leo searched desperately, but his stone gave no indication of the final fragment's whereabouts. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in farewell colors of orange and purple, Leo sat beneath the ancient oak where he had first found his stone, feeling defeated. Ember emerged from the mushroom circle, his light dim with concern. He nuzzled Leo's hand comfortingly. It was then that Leo noticed something. When Ember came close to the oak tree, his horn glowed more brightly. Suddenly, Leo understood. He rushed to the tree's massive trunk and began examining the roots carefully. There, tucked deep in a crevice where 2 roots met, was the final fragment. It must have fallen there when Leo first discovered his own stone. Carefully, he pried it loose. With all 8 fragments gathered in his hands, Leo followed Ember through the mushroom circle for what he knew might be the last time. The hidden world was now so dim that the light flowers had closed their petals, and the singing trees were silent. The ancient tortoise waited at the center of the clearing, where a small pedestal of crystalline rock stood empty. "Place the fragments together," he instructed. As Leo arranged the 8 pieces on the pedestal, they began to glow with such intensity that he had to shield his eyes. The fragments melted together, forming a perfect sphere that pulsed with warm, golden light. The moment the sphere became whole, light exploded outward in a wave of warmth and brilliance. The hidden world bloomed back to life instantly. The light flowers opened, casting patterns of gold on the ground. The trees began to sing a melody so beautiful it brought tears to Leo's eyes. Everything glowed with renewed vitality, brighter and more beautiful than before. Ember's horn shone with brilliant light, and he danced around Leo joyfully. The ancient tortoise smiled, his star map shell glittering. "You have saved our world," he said. "And in doing so, you have strengthened the bond between our realms." But as the celebration continued, Leo felt a pang of sadness. Now that the fragments were united, his own stone was gone, merged into the heart of this world. He would no longer have its comforting glow, its reminder that magic existed. As if reading his thoughts, the tortoise approached. "Though the fragments are united, the magic remains with you," he said. "Look." He gestured to Leo's hand. There on Leo's palm, a faint mark had appeared, a swirling pattern that glowed softly with the same warm light as the stone had. "The magic has become part of you," the tortoise explained. "You carry the light within now and always will." That night, as Leo returned home through the mushroom circle, he understood that the greatest magic wasn't in the stone itself, but in the journey it had inspired. The friendship with Ember, the kindness he had shown to others in his search, and the courage he had found within himself. Back in his room, Leo looked at the mark on his palm. It glowed softly, a constant reminder that even when we feel alone, light exists within us and all around us. Outside, the full moon rose, casting silver light through his window. Somewhere beyond the weeping willow branches, he knew Ember was watching the same moon, their friendship bridging 2 worlds. From that day forward, Leo never felt lonely again. He visited the hidden world often, always welcomed joyfully by Ember and the other creatures. And in his own world, he found it easier to make friends, carrying within him the warmth and light that drew others to him like moths to a gentle flame. The years passed and Leo grew into a man, but he never lost the mark on his palm or the memory of his adventures. When he had children of his own, he would tell them the story by firelight, watching their eyes widen with wonder as he described the hidden world and his friend with the glowing horn. And on quiet evenings, when the fire crackled just so and the wind whispered through the pines, if you look very carefully at Leo's hand, you might see the soft glow of that ancient magic. A reminder that the most important journeys are those that lead us not to places, but to understanding, that the truest magic is not in objects, but in connections, and that the light we seek in the world begins as a spark within our own hearts. Now the fire has burned low, its embers glowing like the stone in our story. The wind outside sings a lullaby through the trees, and the moon watches over all sleeping creatures. May your dreams be filled with hidden worlds and faithful friends, and may you always carry your own inner light, warm and bright, guiding you through any darkness. Sleep well, dear listener, and know that you are never truly alone. Story 4. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Orion, who felt the world was far too large for him. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the western peaks, he would sit on his windowsill and watch the fireflies begin their nightly dance over the meadow. But Orion's heart carried a quiet ache, a loneliness that even the chirping crickets and whispering pines could not soothe. One autumn evening, as a chill began to creep into the air, Orion's grandmother handed him a small, smooth stone. "This," she said, her voice like the rustle of fallen leaves, "is no ordinary stone. It has slept in the embers of our hearth for generations. Keep it close, dear one. When you need it most, it will show you the way." Orion examined the stone. It was dark and unremarkable, yet when he curled his fingers around it, a gentle warmth spread through his palm. That night he placed it on his bedside table and fell asleep to the sound of wind sighing through the apple trees. Sometime past midnight, a soft glow awakened him. The stone pulsed with a gentle light, like embers breathing in the darkness. Drawn by its warmth, Orion slipped from his bed and followed the stone's faint illumination down the staircase, through the kitchen, and out into the cool night. The stone glowed brighter as he stepped into the meadow. With each pulse it seemed to pull him forward, guiding him toward the ancient oak tree at the meadow's edge, a tree whose gnarled branches reached toward the stars like wise old fingers. As Orion approached, he noticed something peculiar, a faint, shimmering door woven into the bark, visible only by the stone's light. Hesitant but curious, he reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing a tunnel lined with softly glowing moss. The air within smelled of damp earth, honey, and something else, something like starlight and cinnamon. Taking a deep breath, Orion stepped through. The tunnel opened into a world unlike any he had ever seen. Giant mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, casting gentle shadows on a forest floor carpeted in velvet moss. Will-o'-the-wisps drifted lazily between trees whose leaves chimed like tiny bells in the breeze. And everywhere in the air under ferns along sparkling streams, there was a sense of deep, ancient peace. Orion stood frozen, clutching his glowing stone. He was so captivated that he didn't notice the small figure approaching until it stood right before him. It was a creature no taller than his knee, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shimmered like molten gold. In its paws it held a tiny lantern that flickered with a warm, buttery light. "You've come," the creature said, its voice like the gentle crackle of a hearth fire. "The ember stone does not glow for just anyone. You can talk." Orion stammered. The creature chuckled softly. "I can. My name is Ember, and you are in the Glimmerwood." Thus began an unlikely friendship. Night after night, Orion returned to the Glimmerwood. Ember taught him the names of the glowing plants, moon moss, star fern, ember blossoms, and showed him hidden clearings where fireflies performed intricate dances that told stories older than time. Orion, in turn, shared tales of his world, of baking bread with his grandmother, of climbing apple trees, of the lonely ache he carried. One evening, as they sat by a softly babbling brook, Ember grew quiet. "The glimmerwood is fading," the creature confessed, its golden eyes dim with worry. "The Heartstone, the source of all our light and warmth, is growing cold. Without it, our world will slowly darken and disappear." Orion's own stone pulsed in sympathy against his chest. "What can we do?" "The Heartstone can only be rekindled by a warmth that comes from outside our world, a genuine, selfless act of friendship. But few from your world ever find their way here, and even fewer understand true connection." Without hesitation, Orion said, "I'll help." Their journey began at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the Glimmerwood, when the mushroom lights brightened and the chiming leaves sang a morning melody. They traveled through forests where trees whispered secrets, across meadows where flowers hummed harmoniously, and over streams that glittered with submerged crystals. Along the way they encountered gentle mysteries, a path that only appeared when they hummed a specific tune, a bridge woven from moonlight that solidified under their feet, a field of silver grass that recorded the memories of everyone who walked through it, and when Orion passed, the grass shimmered with images of his grandmother's smile, his lonely evenings, his growing friendship with Ember. They also faced challenges. In a valley where shadows clung too thickly, Orion's fears took shape, whispering voices that echoed his loneliness, telling him he wasn't brave enough or worthy enough to help. But Ember stood by him, lantern held high, and together they sang until the shadows retreated. When they reached the crystal caves where the Heartstone lay, their true test arrived. The great stone, a magnificent crystal that should have pulsed with vibrant light, stood dim and silent at the center of the cavern. Frost crept along its edges. "It must be warmed," Ember said sadly. "But not by fire, by heart." Orion approached the stone, his own ember stone glowing fiercely now. He thought of all he'd experienced, the beauty of the Glimmerwood, the kindness of his small friend, the moments of fear and courage. He thought of how his grandmother had given him the stone without expectation, simply because she loved him. Placing both hands on the cold crystal, he closed his eyes and poured all his gratitude, all his newfound friendship, all his warmth into the stone. He thought of Ember teaching him the names of flowers, of sharing stories by the brook, of standing together against the shadows. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a faint pulse, a flicker of deep gold within the crystal's core. Another pulse, stronger this time. The frost began to melt, and the cavern filled with a gentle, growing light. The Heartstone was awakening. As warmth spread through the cave, the entire Glimmerwood seemed to sigh in relief. Outside, mushroom lights brightened, will-o'-the-wisps danced with renewed energy, and the chiming leaves sang a triumphant song. Ember placed a small paw on Orion's hand. "You've saved us," the creature whispered, eyes glowing with unshed tears. "And you've found something too, haven't you?" Orion realized the lonely ache in his heart was gone. In its place was a warm, steady glow, the memory of friendship, the courage of journeying, the peace of having helped. When Orion returned home that night, or rather that morning, the first rays of sun were coloring the sky peach and lavender. His grandmother was waiting at the kitchen table, 2 steaming mugs of cocoa before her. "You've been on quite a journey," she said gently, pushing a mug toward him. Orion wrapped his hands around the warm ceramic. "How did you know?" She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The stone only glows for those with kind hearts, and it only shows the way to those ready to find it." As seasons turned, Orion visited the Glimmerwood often. Sometimes he and Ember would simply sit and watch the Firefly dances. Other times they'd explore new corners of the magical world. The lonely boy had become a boy with two homes, and a heart large enough to hold both. Years later, when Orion had children of his own, he would tell them stories by firelight, stories of a hidden world where mushrooms glowed and leaves chimed, where friendship could rekindle fading light, and where an ember stone could guide you home. And sometimes, on clear autumn nights, if they looked very carefully toward the old oak tree, they might just see a faint golden light winking between the branches, a friendly hello from a world that forever remembered the boy who carried warmth in his hands and friendship in his heart. Now the fire crackles low, and the moon climbs high over the quiet valley. The stars twinkle like distant promises, and the world sleeps peacefully, knowing that magic exists just beside the ordinary, if only we know where to look and have the courage to step through the door. So close your eyes, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with glowing moss and chiming leaves, with kind companions and warm stones, with the gentle certainty that you, too, carry within you all the light you'll ever need. Sleep well and know that the world is full of quiet wonders, waiting patiently for those ready to see them. Story 5. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, where the cobblestones glistened with perpetual dew, and the air always carried the scent of pine and honeycakes, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was the kind that hummed in the background of everyday life, a whisper in the rustling leaves, a chime in the evening breeze, a soft glow from the lanterns that never quite went out. The villagers went about their days to the gentle, rhythmic tolling of the ancient clock tower that stood at the heart of the town, its brass hands moving with the steady certainty of a heartbeat. But one crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to prick the violet sky, young Finn noticed something odd. Finn, with his curious green eyes and a heart that listened more than it spoke, was the village stargazer. Every night he would climb to the highest hill just beyond the edge of town, unfold his worn wool blanket, and trace the constellations with a gentle finger. He knew each one by heart, the silver swan, the weeping willow, the dancing hare. Tonight, however, the dancing hare was missing. Not a single star shone where its familiar shape should have been. Finn blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Nothing. Just an empty patch of sky, dark and silent. He felt a flutter of concern, not fear, but the kind of curiosity that settles in your bones and begs to be understood. The next morning, the village awoke to another mystery. Old Miss Ivy, who kept the apothecary shop filled with drying herbs and color-changing flowers, found that her prized midnight blue blossoms, which normally turned silver at dawn, had remained stubbornly blue. Then Mr. Bramble the clockmaker discovered that the great clock tower was ticking backwards. The villagers gathered in the town square, their breaths forming little clouds in the chilly air. They spoke in hushed, wondering tones. "The stars have gone wandering," murmured one. "Time itself is unraveling," worried another. But Finn simply listened, his scarf pulled up to his nose, his gaze thoughtful. He remembered an old nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing to him when he was very small, her voice soft as thistledown. "When the hare hides from the moon, and the clocks forget their tune, seek the map the sky once knew, follow where the rainbows grew." It had always seemed like nonsense, a silly little verse to lull children to sleep. But now the words echoed in Finn's mind with new meaning. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, tapping softly on the rooftops and gurgling in the gutters, Finn decided to investigate. He started at the clock tower, where Mr. Bramble was scratching his head, tools scattered around him. "It's never done this before," the clockmaker sighed. "It's as if time itself has decided to take a stroll backwards." Finn laid a sympathetic hand on the old man's shoulder. "Maybe it's not broken," he said softly. "Maybe it's trying to tell us something." Next, he visited Miss Ivy's apothecary. The shop was warm and fragrant, bunches of lavender and rosemary hanging from the beams. The midnight blue flowers sat on the windowsill, still refusing to change color. "They've lost their rhythm," Miss Ivy said sadly, stroking a velvety petal. "Like a song missing its chorus." Finn noticed something then, a faint, almost invisible pattern on one of the petals, like tiny constellations etched in silver. He leaned closer. "Miss Ivy," he asked, "have these flowers always had these markings?" She adjusted her spectacles. "Why, no, dear, I never noticed that before." The clue felt like a key turning in a lock. The nursery rhyme whispered again in his memory, "Seek the map the sky once knew." Could the flowers be drawing a map? He spent the next hour carefully sketching the patterns from each petal onto a piece of parchment. When he laid them all together, they formed a familiar shape, the constellation of the dancing hare, but with one star out of place. It pointed toward the whispering woods, where the oldest trees stood, and the wind chimes made from seashells and crystals sang day and night. Finn packed a small satchel with a honey cake, a thermos of sweet mint tea, and his constellation journal. As he headed toward the woods, the rain softened to a drizzle, and a faint rainbow arched over the treetops, another clue. Follow where the rainbows grew. The woods were alive with sound, the squish of damp moss underfoot, the rustle of creatures in the underbrush, the melodic ting-ting-ting of the wind chimes hanging from the branches. Finn walked deeper than he usually dared, following the misaligned star on his handmade map. After a while, he came upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, moss-covered and weathered. On it rested a large, crystalline orb, and within the orb swirled what looked like tiny, captured stars. And there, curled asleep beside the pedestal, was the missing dancing hare, not a constellation, but a living, breathing creature made of starlight and dreams. The hare stirred, opening eyes that shone like polished amethysts. It looked sad and a little embarrassed. "You've been missing from the sky," Finn said gently, kneeling so he wouldn't seem too tall. "The whole village is wondering where you went." The hare's ears drooped. "I was lonely," it confessed, its voice like the ringing of a distant bell. "Up there I dance every night for everyone to see, but no one ever dances with me. So I came down to find a friend, but I didn't mean to cause trouble." As the hare moved, Finn noticed that its paws left faintly glowing prints on the ground. And he understood. The hare's loneliness had affected the very magic of Glimmerbrook. Its absence from the sky had left a hole in the heavens. Its desire for connection had somehow tangled with the flow of time and the nature of the color-changing flowers, which were tied to the starlight. "But you have friends," Finn said softly. "We look for you every night. We trace your shape with our fingers and tell stories about you. You're not alone." The hare's eyes widened. "Really?" Just then they heard voices calling from the path, "Miss Ivy." Mr. Bramble and a handful of other villagers had followed Finn's clues, curiosity overcoming their worry. They emerged into the clearing, their faces filled with wonder at the sight of the starlit hare. "We were so concerned when we couldn't find you, Finn," Miss Ivy said, then her gaze fell on the hare. "Oh, you dear thing, you're the one who's been missing." Mr. Bramble nodded, his stern face softening. "No wonder the clocks went backwards. They were trying to turn back time to when you were still in your place." The villagers gathered around, not with fear, but with kindness. They offered the hare bits of honey cake and sat on the damp grass beside it. "We didn't know you felt lonely," said a young girl named Piper, who often left out bowls of milk for the forest spirits. "We would have visited." And so, under the dimming rainbow and the sound of the wind chimes, the villagers made a promise. Every full moon they would come to this clearing and have a dance under the stars. The hare could lead them, and they would celebrate together. The hare's eyes glowed with happiness. It nuzzled Finn's hand gratefully before leaping gracefully back into the sky, where it took its place once more in the constellation. Immediately, the flowers in Miss Ivy's shop turned silver. The clock tower began to tick forward again, its chime ringing clear and true through the village. That night, as everyone gathered on the hill to watch the stars, the dancing hair seemed to shine brighter than ever before. And from then on, the people of Glimmerbrook paid closer attention to the magic around them, to the whispers in the wind, the patterns in the petals, the stories in the stars. They had learned that even the brightest among us can feel alone sometimes, and that a little empathy can mend not just hearts, but the very fabric of the world. And as Finn lay in his bed that night, listening to the gentle rain return and the distant clock tower toll the hour, he smiled. The village was safe, the magic was restored, and best of all, a new tradition had been born, one of friendship, dance, and shared starlight. The fire crackled softly, and the shadows on the wall danced like happy memories, lulling all of Glimmerbrook into peaceful, contented dreams. Story 6. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows blinked like sleepy eyes, there lived a quiet child named Leo. Leo's favorite place was the attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight, where forgotten things whispered stories if one listened closely. One afternoon, as rain pattered softly on the roof, plink, 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 like tiny fingers tapping a lullaby, Leo decided to explore a dusty trunk tucked beneath the eaves. The trunk smelled of cedar and memories, and inside, beneath a quilt stitched with faded stars, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a music box no larger than a small loaf of bread, carved with intricate patterns of ivy and foxes. When Leo lifted the lid, instead of a tinkling melody, a soft, golden light spilled out, and a voice, like the hum of distant bells, whispered, "To find what is lost, one must first be found." Beneath the music box lay a small map drawn on delicate parchment. It wasn't a map of forests or mountains, but of the house itself, the hallway that creaked near the second step, the window seat where the sun lingered longest, the cupboard under the stairs that always smelled of cinnamon. At the center of the map was a glowing mark right where Leo stood. Just then a rumble of thunder echoed, and the attic seemed to sigh. The music box's light flickered. Leo realized this was no ordinary treasure. It was a quest, and it began here, in the safety of home. The first clue on the map led to the window seat in the living room. As Leo tiptoed down the stairs, each step whispered beneath small feet. Curled in a pool of amber lamplight on the cushion was Marmalade, the old ginger cat, purring like a little engine. His one eye opened, a wise green moon. "Lost something, have we?" he murmured, his voice a soft rumble. "The map shows the way, but courage lights the path." Leo showed him the music box, which now glowed a little brighter. "It says to find what is lost." Marmalade stretched, his tail twitching. "Then you must listen, not with your ears, but with your heart. Things hide not to be difficult, but because they are shy." With a soft thump he leaped down and led Leo to the bookshelf, where a small, silver key rested atop a volume of fairy tales. It hadn't been there before. The next clue glowed on the map near the kitchen. There, perched on the edge of the flour canister, was Pip, a little sparrow who often visited through the always-open window. She chirped in quick, excited bursts. "Ooh, a quest, I love quests, but careful now, the floorboard near the pantry squeaks the loudest." Her tiny voice was like the ringing of a far-off chime. Sure enough, as Leo approached the pantry, one floorboard groaned mournfully. But instead of hurrying over, Leo knelt and pressed a hand to the wood. "It's all right," Leo whispered. "You don't have to be silent." And as if soothed, the floorboard stilled, and a small, hidden drawer slid open. Inside was a spool of silver thread, gleaming softly. Piece by piece, with the help of these quirky guides, Leo gathered items, a thimble from the sewing basket that hummed when touched, a smooth river stone from the garden path that held the warmth of the sun, a feather from Pip's own wing, offered with a proud chirp. But the final clue glowed in the darkest corner of the map, the space under the stairs. Leo's heart beat a little faster. That cupboard was always shut, and inside it was so very dark. Marmalade rubbed against Leo's ankle. Some journeys are measured in breaths, not steps. Pip landed on Leo's shoulder. You can do it, we're here. Taking a deep breath, Leo approached the cupboard. The door creaked open slowly, revealing not darkness, but a soft, shimmering light. And there, sitting on an old woolen blanket, was a tiny, trembling creature no bigger than a teacup, a dust sprite named Loomies, who had been hiding for years, afraid of being swept away. Loomies glowed with a faint, silvery light, and tears like dewdrops sparkled on its cheeks. I'm lost, it whispered. I forgot the way back to the attic, where the moonlight shines through the round window. Leo understood then, what was lost was not a thing, but a friend. One by one, Leo brought out the gathered items. The key unlocked a small music box compartment that had been stuck. The silver thread wove a bridge for Loomies to climb. The humming thimble became a tiny boat, the warm stone a comforting weight, and Pip's feather became a soft sail. With patience and gentle hands, Leo carried Loomies out of the cupboard, through the house, and up to the attic, where a beam of moonlight now streamed through the circular window, painting a silver path on the floor. Loomies trembled with joy, its light growing brighter. You found me, it whispered. You were never really lost, Leo said softly. Just waiting to be found. As Loomies settled into a cozy nook near the window, the music box began to play, a melody like wind chimes and laughter, and the carved foxes on its surface seemed to dance in the golden light. The map faded, its work complete. Leo sat there for a long time, watching the moon rise higher, listening to the gentle purr of Marmalade and the happy chirps of Pip outside the window. The house felt different now, warmer, brighter, as if it too was happy. And Leo understood the music box's message, that courage isn't about facing dragons or climbing mountains. Sometimes it's about opening a dusty cupboard, listening to a squeaky floorboard, or being kind to something small and afraid. The greatest adventures happen in the heart. That night, Leo fell asleep to the soft melody of the music box, now resting on the bedside table, its light a gentle beacon in the dark. And in dreams, Leo walked through a house full of friends, where every whisper was a story, every shadow a promise, and every heart, no matter how small, was forever found. Story 7. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starloom. It was a place of gentle hums and soft, pulsing lights, long abandoned by its builders but not by the universe itself. It was here that two very different souls found themselves, drawn by the same longing for connection. The first was a being from the crystalline world of Veridia. His name was Kalen, and he was shaped somewhat like a terrestrial porcupine, if a porcupine were made of living, translucent amethyst. Instead of quills, delicate filaments of light extended from his back, shimmering with his every emotion. When he was curious, they glowed a soft, inquisitive cerulean. When he was content, they pulsed with a warm, golden hue. He communicated not with words, but with these shifting colors and a soft, chiming melody that resonated from within his core. He had come to the Starloom seeking refuge from a solar storm, his own ship's energy depleted. The second was a traveler from the gas-giant forests of Sylvaner. Her name was Lyra, and she was a creature of gentle grace, with 6 slender limbs and large, luminous eyes, the color of a twilight sky. Her skin was like mossy bark, and from her head grew not hair, but delicate, fern-like fronds that trembled and released soft, harmonic whispers in response to her feelings. She too was a refugee, her botanical vessel damaged by the same storm, its solar sails torn and its navigation systems adrift. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Kalen, upon seeing the strange organic form, flared his filaments into a brilliant, startled scarlet, the chime from his core sharp and discordant. Lyra's fronds clenched tight, emitting a low, worried hum that sounded like a distant, anxious breeze. They circled each other in the Starloom's main observatory chamber, a vast dome of transparent alloy that offered a breathtaking view of the swirling nebula outside. For days, they existed in a silent, cautious dance. Kalen would work on repairing a power conduit, his light filaments flickering with concentration. Lyra would tend to a small, hydroponic garden she had started from seeds in her survival pack, her fronds releasing a soothing, green-tinted melody. They ate different foods, slept at different cycles, and communicated in frustrated, failed attempts. Kalen once offered her a glowing energy nut by rolling it toward her with a hopeful, yellow pulse. Lyra, thinking it was some form of aggressive gesture, recoiled, her fronds humming a defensive gray tone. The breakthrough came not from a grand gesture, but from a shared need for warmth. The station's ancient heating grid flickered one cycle, and a deep chill settled into the metallic corridors. Shivering, Kalen retreated to the observatory, where a sliver of residual starlight provided a sliver of warmth. He found Lyra already there, her fern-like hair drooping with cold, her harmonic hum a quiet, shivering note of misery. Seeing her distress, Kalen did not think. His instinct took over. He slowly approached, his filaments dimming to a soft, inviting violet. He began to hum, a low, deep note from his core that was not a chime, but a pure, resonant vibration of warmth. He sat beside her, not touching, but close enough that the heat radiating from his crystalline body began to gently warm the air around them. Lyra, initially tense, slowly felt the cold recede. The vibration from Kalen was not threatening, it was comforting, like the deep hum of a healthy, ancient tree on her home world. Hesitantly, her fronds unclenched and began to sway, emitting a soft, grateful harmony that wove around Kalen's warm hum. They sat like that for a long time, two different songs from two different worlds blending into a single, peaceful chord in the cold darkness. They had found their first shared language, the language of comfort. This moment of connection became the foundation for everything that followed. They decided to create a true sanctuary within the Starloom, a place that belonged to both of them. They chose a secondary chamber adjacent to the observatory, one with a faulty but repairable environmental control system. Kalen, with his innate understanding of energy and light, spent cycles recalibrating the panels. He didn't see it as technology, he saw it as coaxing the dormant light within the crystals of the console to wake up and sing again. His filaments would glow with a steady, emerald focus as he worked, and the station's systems responded to his gentle, chromatic commands. Lyra, with her deep connection to life and growth, took the seeds from her pack and, using scrap metal and recycled water, built a magnificent garden. She sang to the seeds, her fronds releasing harmonies that encouraged them to sprout. Strange, bioluminescent fungi from her world began to grow along the walls, providing a soft, natural light. Vines with silver leaves climbed the pillars, and fragrant, star-shaped flowers bloomed in the hydroponic beds, their scent a gentle perfume in the recycled air. Their sanctuary was a marvel. It was half-crystalline technology, softly humming with Kalen's light, and half-living garden, thriving with Lyra's song. In the center, they placed a large, comfortable seating area made of repurposed packing foam and woven vines, perfectly positioned under a clear dome that looked out upon the infinite star field. Of course, misunderstandings still occurred, but now they were met with curiosity instead of fear, and often ended in shared laughter, or their equivalent. Kalen once tried to help Lyra by using a focused beam of his light to water her plants, nearly singeing a precious sapling. His filaments flashed with immediate, mortified magenta. Lyra's fronds, instead of humming with anger, trembled with a sound that was unmistakably a giggle, a series of light, bubbling notes. She then took his limb, his cool, smooth crystal, and gently guided it to feel the soil, teaching him the concept of moisture through touch. He learned, and his next attempt to help was to use his light to warm the soil slightly, which the plants loved. Another time, Lyra offered Kaelin a piece of fruit from her garden. He, being silicate-based, could not eat it, but he understood the offer was one of kindness. He accepted it gravely, held it in his limbs, and let his filaments glow with a deep, grateful amber, the same color he used when watching a particularly beautiful star rise. He then placed the fruit carefully in a niche in the wall, where it sat as a permanent symbol of her generosity. Their deepest connection was forged in the quiet hours, sitting together in their sanctuary. They would watch the cosmic ballet outside their dome, meteor showers painting silver streaks across the black, the slow, majestic dance of binary stars, the ethereal glow of the nebula, which Lyra's harmonies described as a cosmic forest and Kaelin's colors interpreted as a great sleeping light. They didn't need to speak. Lyra would hum a melody that sounded like the gentle drift of asteroids, and Kaelin would answer with a soft, shimmering indigo. She would point a slender limb at a constellation, and her fronds would whisper its story in a series of harmonic sighs. Kaelin would listen, his light flickering in patterns that showed he understood the epic tale of heroes and monsters written in the stars. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a home and a friendship that needed no common tongue. The universal language they had discovered was woven from threads of patience, empathy, and a simple, unwavering kindness. It was in the shared warmth, the mutual care for their garden sanctuary, the respectful curiosity about their differences, and the comfortable silence filled with understanding. When their ships were finally repaired and the way home was clear, they stood together one last time under the star-dusted dome. There was no sadness in their colors or harmonies, only a profound, deep contentment. They had not just survived, they had found a piece of the universe in each other. Lyra reached out and gently touched one of Kaelin's light filaments. It glowed a soft, peaceful white. Kaelin responded by letting a single pure, clear chime ring out, a sound that meant friend, home, and always all at once. They departed, two ships heading for different stars, leaving the Starloom station behind. But the sanctuary they built remained, a hidden gem in the cosmos. And if any other lonely traveler ever happened upon it, they would find a garden still in bloom, walls softly glowing with stored light, and an atmosphere that hummed with the enduring, gentle echo of a friendship that truly transcended worlds. Story 8. In a quiet valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Amara who possessed a peculiar gift. She could hear the whispers of the world around her, the soft murmur of the river as it wound its way through the meadows, the rustling secrets of the ancient oak trees, and even the faint, melodic hum of the stones that lined the pathways of her village. But most wondrous of all was her connection to a small, smooth stone she carried in her pocket, one that glowed with a warm, amber light like embers in the darkness. She called it her immersive stone, for when she held it, it seemed to weave threads of comfort and courage around her heart. Amara lived with her grandmother in a cottage at the edge of the woods, where the fragrance of baking bread and dried herbs always lingered in the air. Each evening, as dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Amara would sit by the hearth, her immersive stone cradled in her palm, and listen to the fire crackle and pop, a sound as familiar to her as her own heartbeat. But on this particular evening, as the first stars began to prick the darkening canvas above, Amara noticed something unusual. The immersive stone, which usually glowed with a steady, gentle light, began to flicker anxiously, its warmth pulsing like a nervous heartbeat. And from deep within the forest, a soft, mournful melody reached her ears, a tune she had never heard before, filled with longing and loneliness. "Grandmother," Amara said, turning to the wise old woman who sat knitting by the fire, her needles clicking softly. "The forest is singing a new song tonight, and my stone it's restless." Her grandmother looked up, her eyes kind and knowing. "The world speaks to those who listen, dear one. Perhaps the forest has a story it wishes to share with you." That night, as Amara lay in her bed, the melancholy melody wove through her dreams, and the immersive stone glowed persistently beneath her pillow. When she awoke just before dawn, the stone was warm against her cheek, and the song still echoed in her mind, clearer now, as though inviting her to follow. With a sense of purpose settling in her heart, Amara packed a small satchel with a loaf of nut bread, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. She kissed her sleeping grandmother's cheek and stepped out into the misty morning, the immersive stone lighting her way like a faithful lantern. The forest greeted her with a chorus of waking life, the cheer-up of crickets, the gentle coo of doves, and the rustle of leaves underfoot. Amara walked deeper into the woods than she ever had before, guided by the stone's pulsing light and the haunting melody that grew ever sweeter, ever sadder, the farther she ventured. After hours of wandering, just as the sun began to filter through the canopy in golden shafts, Amara came upon a sight that made her catch her breath. There, nestled within a circle of ancient silver birches, was a hidden glen she had never seen, a place where flowers bloomed in shades of moonlight and silver, and where the air itself seemed to shimmer with a soft, pearlescent glow. In the center of the glen stood a small, crystal-clear pond, its surface so still it looked like polished glass. And there, sitting at the water's edge with its head bowed low, was a creature unlike any Amara had ever seen. It had the graceful form of a young deer, but its coat was the color of twilight, sprinkled with what looked like tiny, glowing stars. From its forehead spiraled a single, luminous horn, pale as mother of pearl. And it was singing, the very same mournful melody that had called to Amara through the night. For a long moment Amara simply watched, her heart swelling with wonder and compassion. Then, taking a careful step forward, she spoke in a voice as soft as dandelion fluff. "Hello," she said. "I heard your song." The creature lifted its head, its large, dark eyes wide with surprise. It did not flee, but regarded her with a curious tilt of its head. "You can hear me?" it asked, its voice like the chime of distant bells. Amara nodded, moving slowly closer until she was sitting beside it on the soft moss. "My name is Amara. I listen to the world. Why does your song sound so sad?" The creature sighed, a sound that seemed to make the very air tremble. "I am Lior," it said. "I am the last of the star deer. Long ago, my kind lived in harmony with the stars, and we danced in the meadows under the moon. But as humans grew fearful, we retreated deeper into the forests, until now, I fear I am alone. Our Heartstone, which connected us to the starlight and to one another, was lost generations ago. Without it, our magic fades, and our songs grow faint." Amara's immersive stone pulsed warmly in her hand, as though in sympathy. She opened her palm to show Lior. "I have this," she said. "It glows with light and warmth. It has always guided me." Lior's eyes widened further, glowing with a sudden, hopeful light. That feels like our Heartstone," it whispered. "Not the same, but similar. Perhaps it is a piece of the same magic." It leaned closer, and the tip of its horn gently touched the stone. A soft chime resonated through the glen, and the stone's glow brightened, casting dancing patterns of light on the trees around them. "Maybe," Amara said, her mind whirling with possibilities, "we can find your Heartstone. Would that help your people return?" Lior's expression shifted from hope to uncertainty. The Heartstone was lost in the caves of echoing mist, a place few dare to enter. The paths are confusing, and the mists play tricks on the mind. I have been afraid to go alone. Amara placed a gentle hand on Lior's neck, feeling the softness of its starry coat. "You don't have to be alone," she said firmly. "I will come with you." And so an unexpected friendship was forged there in the hidden glen, between a girl who listened to the world and a star deer who sang to the stars. Together they set out toward the caves of echoing mist, Amara walking steadily beside Lior, her immersive stone lighting their path. Their journey took them through parts of the forest Amara had only heard whispers of, places where trees grew in spirals, where mushrooms glowed with a soft blue light, and where streams flowed with water that tasted of mint and honey. They spoke as they traveled, sharing stories and dreams. Lior told Amara about the dances of the star deer under the full moon, and Amara described the cozy evenings by her grandmother's fireside. With each step, the weight of loneliness lifted from both their hearts, replaced by the warmth of companionship. After 2 days of travel, they reached the foothills of the Whispering Mountains, where the air grew cool and thin. Before them lay the entrance to the caves of echoing mist, a yawning mouth of stone, veiled in swirling silver fog. The mist curled around them like curious fingers, and from within the caves came a symphony of echoes, droplets of water falling into pools, the sigh of the wind through narrow passages, and their own breaths amplified and returned to them. "The mist shows you what you fear," Lior said softly, his starry coat dimming slightly. "It mirrors your doubts." Amara squeezed the immersive stone, feeling its steady warmth. "Then we must remember to trust," she said. "Trust in each other and in our purpose." They stepped into the cave, the mist closing around them like a cool, damp blanket. Almost immediately, the path behind them vanished, swallowed by the silver haze. The echoes grew louder, twisting their whispers into strange, distorted versions of themselves. "What if we're lost?" Amara's own voice echoed back to her, sounding small and scared. "What if the Heartstone is not here?" Lior's voice chimed nervously. But each time doubt crept in, Amara would hold her stone aloft, and its warm, amber glow would push back the mist, revealing the true path for just a moment. And Lior, with his innate connection to magic, could sense the direction where the energy felt oldest, purest. Deep within the caves, they faced their greatest challenge. The path split into 3 identical tunnels, each shrouded in mist. From the left tunnel came the sound of her grandmother's voice, calling Amara home. From the right, the cheerful crackle of a hearth fire. And from the center, only silence. "It's trying to lure us away," Amara realized. The left and right, they are illusions, comforting but illusions. Lior nodded, his horn glowing softly. The true path is often the one that requires courage, not comfort. Holding tight to each other's presence, they stepped into the silent central tunnel. The mist here was thickest, and for a time they walked in utter stillness, their footsteps the only sound. Then gradually a new echo joined them, a faint, rhythmic pulsing like a heartbeat made of light. They followed the sound until the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. In the center, on a pedestal of natural crystal, rested the Heartstone. It was larger than Amara's immersive stone, and it glowed with a cool, silvery light, pulsing in time with the rhythm they had heard. But around it, the mist had formed into shadowy shapes, figures of fear and doubt that circled the stone protectively. Lior trembled beside her. "They guard it with our own fears." Amara took a deep breath, remembering her grandmother's words. "The world speaks to those who listen," she murmured. And then she understood. She closed her eyes and listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. She heard the loneliness in Lior's song, the hope in her own, the love of her grandmother, the wisdom of the forest. And she poured all of that into the immersive stone, which blazed with a light so warm and bright that the shadowy figures dissolved like sugar in tea, their fears unable to stand against such genuine warmth. They approached the Heartstone, and as Lior touched it with his horn, the cavern filled with a brilliant, silvery light. The Heartstone's pulse grew stronger, resonating with the immersive stone in Amara's hand, until the 2 stones sang together in harmony, a song of connection, of friendship, of light returning to where it belonged. When they emerged from the caves, the Heartstone held carefully in Amara's satchel, the world outside seemed changed. The colors were brighter, the air sweeter, as though the forest itself was rejoicing. They returned to the hidden glen, and as Lior placed the Heartstone in the center of the pond, the water began to shimmer with a light that reached up toward the emerging stars. One by one from the depths of the forest, other star deer appeared, drawn by the Heartstone's restored magic. They gathered around Lior, their coats glowing like captured starlight, their horns shimmering. And then they began to dance, a slow, graceful dance that made the flowers sway and the air ring with bell-like music. Amara watched, her heart full, as Lior turned to her. "You have given us back our song," he said, his eyes glowing with gratitude. "You have reminded us that we are not alone." As the moon rose high overhead, Amara knew it was time to return home. Lior walked with her to the edge of the glen. "Will I see you again?" Amara asked, her voice soft. "Whenever you listen to the stars," Lior replied, nuzzling her hand gently, "you will hear our song, and whenever you need a friend, we will be here." With a final, lingering look, Amara turned and made her way back through the forest, the immersive stone now glowing with a serene, steady light. When she reached her grandmother's cottage, the fire in the hearth was still burning, and her grandmother looked up from her knitting with a knowing smile. "You found the story," she said simply. Amara nodded, sinking into the chair beside her. "And I found a friend." She told her grandmother everything, the star deer, the caves, the Heartstone. And as she spoke, the fire crackled softly, as though adding its own approval to the tale. That night, as Amara lay in bed, she held the immersive stone to her chest and listened. Through her open window, carried on the breeze, came a faint, joyful melody, the song of the star deer, no longer lonely, but full of hope and connection. And as she drifted into sleep, she knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, waiting for those who listened with an open heart. And so, dear listener, as the fire burns low and the night grows deep, may you too remember that even in the quietest moments, the world is whispering its stories. And may you find comfort in the knowledge that light, whether from a humble stone or a faithful friend, will always guide the way home. Now close your eyes and let the gentle rhythm of the night carry you into peaceful dreams. Story 9. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moon poured its silver light like liquid through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true nature when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox named Kalen ventured further than he ever had before. His russet fur was brushed with silver moonbeams, and his paws made no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He was following a trail of softly glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light, their bioluminescence creating a pathway through the deepening shadows. Kalen had heard the elders speak of the Heartwood Glade, a place where the magic of the forest gathered most strongly, where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Though his heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, he felt drawn forward by an invisible thread of curiosity. As he walked, the forest came alive around him. Fireflies wove patterns of gold in the air, their light mingling with the silver moonbeams filtering through the leaves. The stream that meandered through the woods babbled a soothing melody, each ripple and eddy forming words in the ancient language of water, a language that spoke of journeys to distant lands and the comfort of returning home. Kalen paused by the stream, dipping his nose to the cool, clear water. As he drank, he heard the stones beneath the surface humming a low, resonant tune. They told of patience, of being worn smooth by time and water, of holding fast through seasons of flood and drought. The young fox felt a sense of peace wash over him, as refreshing as the water itself. But soon the path grew darker, the trees closer together. Kalen realized he had wandered into a part of the forest where the moonlight struggled to penetrate. The glowing mushrooms had faded, and an unease settled in his chest. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like whispers of warning, and the familiar creak of branches seemed like sighs of concern. It was then that a soft voice spoke from above, gentle as the rustle of silk. "You have journeyed far from your den, little one." Kalen looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a moss-covered branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of the night sky, sprinkled with flecks of gold that seemed to capture the starlight. This was Lyra, the eldest of the nocturnal guardians, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. "I was following the light," Kalen explained, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to see the Heartwood glade." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The path to wisdom is not always illuminated, young seeker. Sometimes we must walk through shadows to appreciate the light." She extended one wing, gesturing for him to continue alongside her. "Come, the forest has lessons for those willing to listen with more than just their ears." Together they moved deeper into the woods. Lyra flew silently from tree to tree, while Kalen followed below. As they traveled, the owl taught him how to listen to the language of the forest, how the different rustles of leaves conveyed messages, how the pitch of the wind through pine needles differed from its song through oak leaves, how the pattern of rainfall on various surfaces created a symphony of soft percussion. "Every element has its voice," Lyra explained as they paused by a particularly ancient oak. "Place your paw here against the bark." Kalen did as instructed, and to his amazement, he felt a gentle vibration through his pads, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. The trees' whispers filled his mind, not with words but with feelings. The joy of spring buds unfurling, the contentment of summer shade, the release of autumn leaves, the deep rest of winter dormancy. "All things move in cycles," Lyra said softly. "To everything there is a season of growth and a season of rest. Neither is more important than the other." As they continued, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and broader, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral overhead. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their path. Then, through a natural archway of weeping willow branches, they stepped into the Heartwood glade. Kalen caught his breath. The clearing was circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose bark shimmered with what appeared to be embedded starlight. At the center stood a magnificent silver birch that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The air hummed with magic, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. But as Kalen stepped forward to approach the birch, he noticed something concerning. One side of the glorious tree appeared slightly faded, its leaves lacking the vibrant silver sheen of the others. A cluster of the glowing mushrooms at its base had dimmed to a faint pulse rather than their steady glow. "The tree is unwell," Kalen observed, his heart sinking. Lyra alighted on a low branch nearby. "The seasons have been unkind this year. The rains came too fiercely in spring, washing away much of the nutrient-rich soil from its roots. Then the summer sun burned too hot for too long. The tree has given its energy to protect the younger saplings around it, and now it struggles to replenish itself." Kalen looked at the weary tree, then at the vibrant forest around them. "What can be done?" "The forest knows how to heal itself," Lyra said, "but sometimes it needs assistance from those who walk its paths. Listen, what do you hear?" Kalen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Beyond the obvious sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, he began to discern subtler notes, the soft patter of beginning rainfall on leaves, the gurgle of a nearby spring, the faint crackle of energy from the bioluminescent plants. Then he heard it, a whisper from the stream that bordered the glade. It spoke of minerals and nourishment that flowed from the mountain peaks, of how the water could carry healing properties to where they were most needed if only something would guide it. "The stream," Kalen said, opening his eyes. "It can help, but it needs to be directed to the tree's roots." Lyra's golden eyes gleamed with approval. "Wisdom often comes when we listen to the world around us rather than only to our own thoughts." With newfound purpose, Kalen set to work. Using his paws, he began to dig a small channel from the stream toward the silver birch. The earth was soft and fragrant, rich with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As he worked, other nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the energy of the glade. A badger with stripes that shimmered like moonlight came to help move larger stones. Moths with wings like stained glass fluttered overhead, their gentle wing beats stirring the air. Even the fireflies gathered, forming a living chandelier that provided light for the work. As the gentle rain continued to fall, its patter on leaves creating a soothing rhythm, the stream began to flow along the new channel Kalen had created. The water swirled around the base of the silver birch, carrying with it the minerals and nourishment from distant mountains. Almost immediately, a change began to occur. The tree's faint glow intensified, pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. The faded leaves regained their silver sheen, catching the moonlight like countless tiny mirrors. The mushrooms at its base brightened, their blue light becoming steady and strong. But the most miraculous transformation happened next. As the tree drew nourishment from the water, it began to release tiny, glowing seeds that floated upward like reverse snowfall. Each seed pulsed with soft light as it rose, joining the fireflies and moths in a dazzling aerial dance. When they reached the height of the canopy, the seeds burst into delicate silver sparks that drifted slowly downward, settling on every plant and creature in the glade. Where the sparks landed, new bioluminescent flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and silver. The moss covering the stones brightened to an emerald green that seemed to radiate its own light. Even the animals found their fur or feathers dusted with temporary starlight that slowly faded to a soft glow. Kalen watched in awe as the entire glade transformed into a living tapestry of light and magic. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the previously faint magical hum grew into a harmonious chord that resonated in his very bones. Lyra flew down to perch beside him. "You see, young one, the forest gives freely to those who understand its language. By helping one tree, you have strengthened the entire glade." Kalen looked around at the revitalized clearing, then up at the wise owl. "But I only dug a small channel, the stream did the healing." Lyra's beak seemed to curve in what might have been a smile. "The stream contains the medicine, but direction was needed. Just as the forest provides wisdom, but we must choose to listen. Just as the seasons bring change, but we must learn to adapt." They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as the nocturnal creatures celebrated the renewal of the glade. The silver birch now stood radiant and strong, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed forest and blooming night flowers. "Remember this night," Lyra said softly. "Remember that even in darkness there is light to be found. That rest is not idleness but preparation. That helping one part of the whole strengthens everything, and that the greatest magic often comes not from grand gestures, but from listening to the quiet voices around us." Kalen nodded, storing each word in his heart. He realized that his journey had not really been about reaching the Heartwood Glade, but about learning to hear the forest's song and understanding his place within its eternal cycles. As the night deepened toward dawn, the creatures began to return to their homes, their temporary starlight glow fading gently. The bioluminescent plants maintained their soft radiance, ensuring the glade would never again be without light, even on the darkest nights. Lyra offered to guide Kalen back to the familiar territory near his den. As they traveled, the young fox noticed that his understanding of the forest had changed. He could now distinguish the different whispers of trees, comprehend the babbling messages of streams, and feel the ancient patience in stones. The forest was no longer just a place he lived in. It was a living, breathing companion. When they reached the edge of his home territory, Lyra alighted on a low branch. The night wanes and dawn approaches. Time for rest, little sage. Kaelin looked up at the wise owl. Thank you for guiding me. Lyra blinked slowly. The guidance was always there in the forest itself. I merely helped you learn to listen. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlight and whispered wisdom. With that, the great owl took flight, disappearing silently into the pre-dawn shadows. Kaelin returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a grandfather oak. As he curled up on his bed of soft leaves and moss, he could still hear the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the softening rainfall, the distant stream's song, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound wove together into a lullaby of natural ASMR that eased him into peaceful slumber. Outside, the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with shades of rose and gold. The nocturnal creatures settled into their daytime rest, while the diurnal animals began to stir. The forest prepared for its daily transformation, just as it had for countless seasons before and would for countless seasons to come. And deep in his dreams, Kaelin wandered through starlit clearings where trees shared ancient stories, streams offered refreshing wisdom, and stones hummed melodies of patience and persistence. He understood now that magic wasn't something rare or distant. It was present in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. It was the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical dance of rest and renewal, the quiet language of nature that awaited only listening ears and willing hearts. The ancient forest of Eldermere continued its eternal rhythms, now with one more creature who understood its secret language, one more guardian who would listen to its whispers and help when needed. And in the heart of the woods, the heartwood glade pulsed with renewed energy, its silver birch standing tall and radiant, a testament to the power of listening, helping, and the magic that blossoms when creatures great and small work in harmony with the natural world. Story 10. In a little house at the edge of a sleeping village, where the roof slanted just so and the windows winked with candlelight, there lived a quiet child named Leo. Leo's favorite place was the attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in sunbeams, of forgotten treasures and whispered memories. It was there, one rainy afternoon, that Leo made a discovery that would change everything. The rain pattered softly on the roof, plink, 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 like tiny fingers tapping a lullaby. Leo had been sorting through an old cedar trunk that smelled of lavender and thyme when their hand brushed against something cool and smooth tucked beneath a folded quilt. It was a music box no larger than a teacup, carved from dark wood with silver filigree that shimmered even in the dim light. On its lid was inlaid a pattern of stars and moons, and at its center rested a small crystal key. With gentle fingers, Leo turned the key. It resisted at first, then gave way with a soft click. The lid lifted, and instead of a ballerina or a tune, a tiny, silvery light floated out. It hovered in the air, pulsing like a captured star, and then a voice, clear and bell-like, spoke. "Thank you," it said. "I have been waiting." Leo gasped but did not feel afraid. "Waiting for what?" they whispered. "For someone kind enough to listen," the light replied. "I am the echo of memories. I hold the stories of this house, of those who loved here, but I am incomplete. My other half, the keeper of whispers, is lost. Without it, the stories will fade, and the magic of this place will sleep forever." Leo's eyes widened. "Where is it? How do I find it?" "You already have," said the light. "The journey is not one of miles, but of heart. You must learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your soul. The path will reveal itself to those who are brave enough to hear it." And so Leo's adventure began, not with a map or a suitcase, but with a stilled breath and an open heart. The first clue came from a most unexpected helper. As Leo sat pondering, a plump ginger cat named Marmalade, who often napped in a patch of sun near the trunk, stretched and yawned. His purr was like a little engine, brrrr brrrr brrrr, and he blinked slowly at Leo. "You look puzzled, small one," he seemed to say with his wise green eyes. For in stories such as these, animals often understand more than they let on. Follow the sound that isn't there. Listen for the silence between the ticks of the clock. Leo frowned. The sound that isn't there. They closed their eyes and listened. Rain on the roof. Their own heartbeat. The gentle sigh of the house settling. And then there it was. A faint rhythmic tap-tap-tapping, like a tiny hammer, coming from inside the wall. With Marmalade padding softly beside them, Leo followed the sound to a loose floorboard near the chimney. Kneeling, they pried it up carefully. Beneath it lay a tiny mouse with spectacles perched on her nose, knitting a scarf with thread finer than spider silk. "Oh," she squeaked, not startled but pleased. "You heard me, most don't. I am Matilda, the clockwork mouse. I keep the rhythms of the house." Her needles clicked, click-clack, in time with the invisible tapping. "I'm looking for the keeper of whispers," Leo said softly, so as not to frighten her. Matilda adjusted her spectacles. "Ah, yes, it hides in the place where shadows tell stories, but you must offer it something in return, a memory of your own, something true." Leo nodded, thoughtful. What memory could they possibly offer? Guided by Matilda's directions, Leo crept down the attic stairs to the living room, where a grandfather clock stood tall and solemn. Its pendulum swung with a steady tick-tock, tick-tock, and its face was wise with age. Here the shadows were deepest just beside the clock, where the lamplight didn't quite reach. Leo took a deep breath and stepped into the shadow. It felt cool, not cold, and smelled of old books and honesty. From within the darkness, a voice emerged, not a sound but a feeling, like understanding taking shape. "Who seeks the keeper?" it seemed to ask. "I do," Leo whispered. "I offer you a memory." And Leo closed their eyes and thought of the day they had first found a wounded bird in the garden, how they had made a nest of grass and sat with it until it was strong enough to fly away. The memory glowed warmly in Leo's mind, and the shadow seemed to sigh with appreciation. "A worthy trade," the shadow murmured. "But the keeper is not here. It rests where laughter is stored and dreams are woven. Look where the day's last light lingers." As Leo stepped back into the lamplight, they noticed a small, velvet pouch where the shadow had been deepest. Inside was a thimble-sized silver bell that made no sound when shaken. Puzzled but determined, Leo made their way to the sunroom at the back of the house, a place of overflowing plants, comfortable chairs, and windows that caught the evening sun. Here the air was always golden, and the scent of jasmine and old roses lingered. Perched on the back of a rocking chair was a canary named Pip, whose song was usually a cheerful riot of notes. Today, however, Pip was silent, his head cocked as if listening. Rock creak went the chair, soothed by a breeze through the open window. "Pip," Leo asked, "do you know where the keeper of whispers might be?" Pip hopped down onto Leo's shoulder and chirped softly near their ear. "It is close, very close, but it is afraid. It has been alone for so long, you must show it is safe. Use the bell, not to make noise, but to offer silence." Leo understood. They sat cross-legged on the rug, the silver bell cupped in their hands. They did not shake it. Instead, they held it gently and let their own stillness surround it. They thought quiet thoughts, of morning dew, of snowfall, of a sleeping kitten's breath. Slowly, from beneath the largest pot of basil, where the last light of day pooled like melted butter, a faint glimmer emerged. It was another light, just like the echo, but this one was shy, trembling like a soap bubble. "Do not be afraid," Leo whispered. I've come to take you home." The Keeper of Whispers floated toward Leo, drawn by the offered silence and the kindness in Leo's heart. It hovered near the silent bell, then touched it gently. And then ding, the bell made a sound, clear and sweet as a drop of water in a quiet pond. At that same moment, the echo of memories descended from the attic, its light bright and eager. The two lights circled each other, then merged into one, swelling into a soft, radiant sphere that filled the sunroom with a gentle warmth. And then the stories began. Not in words, not in pictures, but in feelings, flashes of joy and sorrow, of love and comfort. Leo saw a couple planting the first rose bush in the garden, heard the laughter of children rolling hoops across the lawn, felt the comfort of a family gathered around this very fireplace on a winter's night. The house was alive with memory, with meaning, with magic. The merged light, now the complete heart of the home, floated before Leo, pulsing with gratitude. "You have done what required not strength but stillness," it said. "Not speed but sincerity. The stories are safe now, and so is the magic." Then it divided again into the echo and the keeper, but now they glowed more brightly, and they did not fade. Instead, the echo settled back into the music box, and the keeper nestled into the velvet pouch beside the silver bell. "Whenever you wish to remember," the echo said, "or whenever the house needs comforting, we will be here." Leo smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the fading sunlight. Marmalade purred at their feet, Matilda's clicking needles echoed contentedly from the walls, and Pip burst into a song so joyful it seemed to weave through the very air. That night, as Leo lay in bed, the rain still falling softly outside, plink, 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 they could hear the faint, sweet sound of the music box playing from the attic, a tune that was both old and new, a melody of all the love that had ever lived within those walls. And Leo understood. The greatest adventures are not always in far-off lands or grand battles. Sometimes they are in attics and sunrooms, in listening and loving, in the courage to be kind. The house sighed peacefully, settled in its wholeness, and Leo drifted to sleep, wrapped in the cozy certainty that they were home and would always be. Story 11. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a murmuring river, there lived a young girl named Anya, who always felt the world held more than what met the eye. Her cottage stood at the edge of the woods, where the last lamplight of the village gave way to the deep, mysterious darkness of the forest. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to prick the sky, Anya would sit by her window and watch the fireflies dance like tiny, living embers in the twilight. But she often felt a loneliness that the cheerful lights of the village could not quite warm. One autumn evening, as a chill crept into the air and the scent of wood smoke and cinnamon filled her home, Anya noticed something unusual. Among the fireflies there was one that glowed not with a pale gold light, but with a deep, pulsating warmth, like a coal from a dying fire. It hovered just beyond her window, as if waiting. Curious, she leaned closer, and the glowing creature drifted slowly toward the forest, pausing now and then as if beckoning her to follow. Wrapping her shawl around her shoulders, Anya stepped out into the cooling evening. The familiar path into the woods seemed different tonight, the shadows less intimidating, the rustle of leaves more like a whisper of invitation. The glowing ember light led her deeper than she had ever ventured, past the old oak where she usually turned back, and into a part of the forest where the trees grew close and friendly, their branches interlaced like clasped hands. After a time, the light settled on the forest floor, near the roots of an ancient willow. As Anya approached, she saw that it was not a firefly at all, but a small, smooth stone that pulsed with a gentle, inner warmth. When she picked it up, it felt comforting in her palm, like a held breath of sunlight. And as she held it, the air around her seemed to shimmer, and the world she knew softened at the edges, blurring into something new. Where there had been only trees and shadow, now there was a narrow path lined with luminous mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light. The air hummed with a low, musical thrum, and the scent of damp earth and honey filled her senses. She had found a hidden world, one that existed just beside her own, veiled and waiting. Hesitant but enchanted, Anya followed the path. It wound between silver-barked trees and over a small, chuckling stream until it opened into a clearing where the light was perpetual twilight and the grass underfoot was soft as velvet. In the center of the clearing stood a creature she had never seen before, a small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of the deep woods. It regarded her calmly, without fear. "You found the Emberstone," the fox said, its voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Not many do." Anya caught her breath. She had heard tales of talking animals, but never imagined she might meet one. "It glowed," she said simply, her own voice small in the vast, gentle quiet. The fox nodded. "It glows for those who need to find their way. My name is Rowan, and you are Anya, who watches from her window." She blinked in surprise. "How do you know my name?" Rowan's whiskers twitched. "The forest knows many things. It knows you are lonely. It knows you seek something more." Thus began an unexpected friendship. Night after night, Anya returned to the hidden clearing, the Emberstone safely tucked in her pocket, its warmth a constant reassurance. Rowan taught her the secrets of the forest, how to listen to the language of the wind, how to understand the stories told by the patterns of moss on stone, and how to find comfort in solitude without feeling alone. But the Emberstone was more than a key and a comfort. Rowan explained that it was a fragment of the heart of the forest itself, and it was fading. The light, once strong and steady, now flickered unpredictably. The hidden world, Rowan told her, was connected to the emotions of those who knew of it, and lately, sorrow had been seeping in from the world outside. Anya learned that the forest felt what she felt. Her loneliness had thin, cold threads, and they were weaving into the magic of this place, dimming the Emberstone's glow. She hadn't realized that her quiet sadness could affect something so beautiful. Determined to help, Anya embarked on a gentle mystery. With Rowan by her side, she journeyed through the hidden world, seeking the source of the fading light. They followed silver streams that sang as they flowed, and climbed gentle hills where the air smelled of thyme and moonlight. They met other creatures, a badger who spoke in riddles, an owl who remembered every story ever told, and a family of mice who wove blankets from fallen leaves and spider silk, each being offered a clue. The badger spoke of a heart that forgets to wonder, the owl recalled a light that falters when gratitude fades, and the mice whispered of warmth that must be shared to grow. Anya pondered these hints as she walked, the Emberstone pulsing softly in her hand. She thought of her life in the village, of how she watched but seldom took part, how she longed for connection but stayed at her window. She realized that the stone reflected her own inner light, and hers had been waning without even knowing it. One evening, as the first winter frost began to lace the edges of the leaves, Anya sat with Rowan by a small, clear pool in the heart of the hidden world. The Emberstone's light was faint, barely more than a memory of warmth. "I think I understand," Anya said softly. "The stone is dimming because I've been holding my warmth inside. I thought I was protecting myself, but I was only making myself colder." Rowan nuzzled her hand. "The deepest magic is not in hiding away, but in reaching out. Warmth grows when it is given." The next day, Anya did something she hadn't done in a long time. She left the Emberstone on her windowsill and walked into the village. She visited the baker and admired the golden loaves fresh from the oven, and instead of simply smiling shyly, she asked about his day. She stopped to watch the children playing near the fountain, and when a little girl's ball rolled toward her, she picked it up and gently tossed it back, earning a bright, gap-toothed grin. She helped an elderly woman carry a basket of kindling, and in return was invited in for a cup of spiced tea. They sat by the fire, and the woman told stories of the village when she was young, of bonfires and harvest dances, of losses and joys, of how the community had always woven itself together like a well-made basket. Anya listened, truly listened, and felt something in her heart kindle. It was small, but it was warm. That night when she returned to the hidden world, the Emberstone glowed a little brighter. Encouraged, she continued. Each day she did one small thing to connect. Sometimes it was as simple as complimenting the color of the sky or asking a question about someone's garden. She began to notice things she had overlooked before. The way the light caught the dew on a spider's web, the sound of shared laughter from an open window, the comforting weight of a shared silence with a friend. She wasn't just giving warmth, she was receiving it too. And with each exchange, the Emberstone pulsed more strongly, its light deepening to a rich, steady amber. But the mystery was not fully solved. Though the stone grew brighter, it still occasionally flickered, as if hesitating. Rowan reminded her that the forest sensed not only her feelings, but the feelings of all who knew of it, and there was another whose heart was holding back. So Anya and Rowan ventured further than ever before, to the edges of the hidden world where the trees grew sparse and the light was thin. There they found a badger, the very one who had spoken in riddles, curled in a hollow, looking weary and sad. "Why do you linger here, away from the others?" Anya asked gently. The badger sighed, a sound like distant thunder. "I have lived many seasons. I have seen much beauty, but also much loss. The world outside changes, and not always for the better. It is safer to hold still, to not feel too much." Anya sat beside him, the Emberstone glowing softly between them. "But if we don't feel," she said, "how can we ever feel joy?" She told him of her own journey, of how she had watched from the sidelines, afraid of being hurt, but how much richer life had become when she dared to engage. She spoke of the baker's laughter, the children's games, the elder stories, and the simple magic of a shared moment. The badger listened, his dark eyes thoughtful. After a long silence he said, "Perhaps you are right. Perhaps it is not the feeling that wounds us, but the refusal to feel." He uncurled from his ball and took a hesitant step toward the center of the clearing. As he did, the Emberstone flared brightly, and the air around them seemed to sigh in relief. The last of the cold threads dissolved, and the hidden world felt whole again. The transformation was now complete. Anya was no longer the girl who watched from the window. She was the girl who walked in the world, both seen and unseen, with an open heart. And then Emberstone burned steady and true, no longer a flickering mystery, but a constant, warm companion. On the longest night of the year, when the village gathered to light bonfires and share stories, Anya stood among them, not as an observer, but as a part of the circle. She told a story of her own, a gentle tale of a hidden wood, a wise fox, and a stone that held the warmth of connection. She didn't say it was true, but the way she told it, with such tenderness and detail, made everyone feel its truth in their hearts. Afterward, as she walked home under a sky dusted with stars, Rowan emerged from the forest edge and fell into step beside her. They did not need to speak. The understanding between them was as natural as breathing. At her doorstep, Anya took the Emberstone from her pocket. It glowed with a soft, enduring light, like a heartbeat made visible. She knew now that its magic would never fade as long as she tended the warmth within herself and shared it with others. She placed the stone on her windowsill, where it cast a gentle amber glow over her room, a nightlight for peaceful dreams, a reminder that even on the coldest nights, warmth was always within reach. And as she drifted to sleep, the boundaries between the world outside and the hidden world within seemed to blur, until she dreamed of silver streams and talking foxes, of mushroom paths and kind-hearted badgers, all woven together into a tapestry of comfort and belonging. The fire in her hearth crackled low, and the Emberstone pulsed once softly, as if in answer. All was well. All was warm. And in the stillness, Anya slept, wrapped in the quiet certainty that she was never, and would never be, alone again. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like a host of friendly spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in the warmth, all was safe and still. And so, dear listener, let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul, a hidden world, and the gentle glow that can be found even in the deepest dark. There once was a young woman named Anya who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Her life was simple and good, filled with the scent of baking bread and the sound of her own humming as she went about her chores. Yet sometimes, in the quiet moments just before dusk, a peculiar restlessness would settle over her. It was a feeling that there was something more, just beyond the edge of her vision, a secret the world was keeping from her. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the sky turned the color of a deep violet bruise, this feeling was stronger than ever. She stood at her window watching the first stars prick through the velvet darkness when a soft, pulsing light caught her eye. It was deep within the forest, a warm, amber glow that seemed to breathe in the shadows beneath the ancient oaks. It was not the harsh light of a lantern, nor the cold shimmer of a star. It was a light that felt alive. Curiosity, that quiet but persistent friend, tugged at her heart. Pulling on her warmest cloak and lacing up her sturdiest boots, she stepped out into the chilling air. The path into the wood was one she knew well, but tonight it felt different. The familiar gnarled roots seemed to twist into new patterns, and the rustle of leaves carried a melody she had never heard before. She followed the gentle pulse of the light, a beacon in the growing dark. The deeper she went, the more the ordinary world seemed to fade away. The air grew still and thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. And then she found it. Nestled in the hollow of a great, lightning-struck oak was the source of the light. It was a stone, smooth and oval, no larger than her palm. But it was no ordinary stone. It glowed from within with a soft, warm light, like a captured ember from a friendly fire. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically, as if it were a sleeping heart. Hesitantly, Anya reached out and picked it up. It was warm to the touch, a comforting heat that seeped into her chilled fingers. As she held it, the restlessness in her soul quieted, replaced by a profound sense of calm. She knew with a certainty that came from a place deeper than thought that this stone was meant for her. She tucked it safely into her pocket, its gentle warmth a constant companion on her walk home. That night she dreamed not in images, but in feelings. A deep, resonant loneliness. A longing for connection that spanned countless seasons. She awoke with a start, the ember stone glowing softly on her bedside table. The dream feeling clung to her, and she understood. The stone was not just a pretty thing, it was a call. It was lonely. The next evening the pull was irresistible. Again, with the stone glowing warmly in her pocket, she ventured into the wood. This time she did not stop at the oak. The stone's pulse seemed to quicken, pulling her forward, guiding her along a path she would have never found on her own. It led her to a waterfall she had known since childhood, but as she approached with the stone in her hand, something miraculous happened. The water did not part, nor did the rock open. Instead, the very air behind the curtain of water seemed to shimmer, to become less substantial. Taking a breath, she stepped through. The world on the other side was made of twilight and memory. The light was perpetually soft, the golden hour before sunset stretched into eternity. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft blue and green glow. Will-o'-the-wisps, like playful kittens made of light, zipped between trees whose leaves were silver and sang a faint, wind-chime melody when they brushed together. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden world nestled in the heart of her own. And waiting for her there, its form seeming to be woven from shadow and starlight, was a creature. It was tall and slender, with long, graceful limbs and eyes that held the deep, ancient calm of a forest pool. It had antlers like a stag, from which tiny, glowing mosses dripped like jewels. This was Kale, the last guardian of the Glimmerwood. He did not speak, not with words as she knew them. Instead, feelings and images bloomed in Anya's mind, conveyed by the gentle pulse of the ember stone that now glowed in unison with the light in Kale's chest. She saw the Glimmerwood in its full glory, teeming with strange and wonderful life. She saw a creeping blight, a silent gray numbness that had slowly drained the color and song from the land, scattering its inhabitants and leaving Kale alone. The Emberstone was his heart light, sent out into the world as a final, hopeful plea. A plea for a friend. A plea for help. And so, an unexpected friendship was forged in that twilight glade. Anya, the practical, kind-hearted woman from the cottage, and Kale, the mystical, lonely guardian. They communicated in a language of shared feelings, of images painted in the air between them by the stone's gentle power. She learned that the blight was not a malicious force, but a deep sorrow that had settled over the wood, a forgetting of its own magic. It could only be healed by rekindling the connections that had been lost, by bringing warmth back to the cold, silent places. Their journey was not one of fierce battles or terrifying chases. It was a quiet pilgrimage of healing. They traveled the paths of the Glimmerwood together. In a valley where the flowers had turned to brittle gray ash, Anya sat and hummed the lullabies her grandmother had taught her. Kale wove his light around the hum, and together their combined warmth, one from a human heart, one from ancient magic, coaxed a single, vibrant blue petal from the ashen ground. In a grove where the singing trees had fallen silent, Anya told stories. She told tales of the world outside, of baking bread on a cold morning, of the first snowflake of winter, of the unbreakable friendship between a girl and her old, lazy dog. Kale listened, his starry eyes intent, and as Anya spoke of connection and simple joys, he reached out and touched the trunk of the largest tree. The emberstone flared, and a single, clear note rang out from the tree, a note of pure, remembered joy. Then another joined it, and another, until the grove was filled with a hesitant, but growing, symphony. They found a stream whose waters had run slow and silent, choked with gray reeds of despair. Remembering how the village children would skip stones back home, Anya began to do just that, selecting smooth, flat stones from the bank. But these were no ordinary skips. With each stone she sent dancing across the water, Kale would touch it with a fingertip of light just before it left her hand. The skipped stones glowed with a soft gold light, and where they touched the water, the gray reeds shuddered and melted away, and the water began to babble and chuckle once more. The journey transformed Anya. The restlessness that had once plagued her was gone, replaced by a deep and steady purpose. She discovered a courage within herself that was not about being loud or fierce, but about being steadfast and kind. She learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, to understand the language of light and feeling she shared with Kale. She grew wiser, understanding that the greatest magic often lies in the simplest acts, a story, a song, a moment of shared silence. And Kale, too, was transformed by her friendship. The crushing weight of his solitude began to lift. The silent, noble guardian learned to express the joy he felt when a new patch of glowing moss blossomed under their care, sending a shower of sparkling, happy light through Anya's mind. He learned the comfort of companionship, of having someone to share the burden and the beauty with. The mystery of the blight unfolded slowly, like smoke patterns curling in the night air. They traced it to the heart of the Glimmerwood, to the sunken temple, a place where the oldest memories of the wood were stored. There they found not a monster, but the source of the sorrow. A great crystalline heart of the forest, which usually pulsed with a light that sustained all of the Glimmerwood, had been damaged long ago by a great falling star. A hairline crack ran through it, and from this crack the gray numbness wept silently. There was no enemy to fight, only a heart to mend. Anya knew what to do. It was not a grand spell or a powerful artifact that was needed. It was the same thing that had healed the flowers and the trees and the stream. It was connection. It was warmth. She placed her hands on the cold, cracked crystal. She poured every memory of warmth and love she possessed into her touch. She thought of her grandmother's hands guiding hers as she learned to knead dough. She thought of the weight of her dog sleeping on her feet on a winter's night. She thought of the warmth of the sun on her face after a long rain. And she thought of the new, profound friendship she had found with the gentle guardian beside her. Cale placed his hands next to hers, and his light, amplified by the ember stone she still carried, flowed into the crystal. He poured in the memory of the forest's first sunrise, the joy of the first creature to step into the glimmerwood, the symphony of 1,000 seasons of growth and change. Together their warmth, human and magical, new and ancient, flowed into the crack. It was a gentle, patient process. The gray numbness resisted, a cold so deep it ached. But their combined light was steady and true. It did not attack, it simply persisted, filling the emptiness with its unwavering warmth, just as a single candle steadfastly holds back the dark. Slowly, oh so slowly, the crack began to seal. The gray receded, replaced by a deep, internal golden light that grew brighter and stronger. With a final, soft sigh that seemed to come from the very roots of the world, the crystal heart was whole again. A wave of pure, vibrant life exploded from the temple, rushing out through the entire glimmerwood. The gray blight vanished, dissolving like mist under a morning sun. Colors returned, brighter and more vivid than before. The songs of the trees rose into a triumphant chorus. The will-o'-the-wisps erupted in a joyful dance, painting streaks of light across the twilight sky. The hidden world was healed. Their task was complete. Anya knew her time in the Glimmerwood was drawing to a close. This was not her world to live in, but it was now a part of her forever. At the waterfall that was the gateway between their worlds, she and Cale stood together one last time. There were no tears, only a deep, peaceful gratitude. She took the ember stone from her pocket. It no longer pulsed with a lonely call. It glowed with a constant, steady, and contented light. She pressed it back into Cale's hands. It was his heart light, and it belonged with him, in his healed and thriving home. He accepted it, and in her mind she felt a flood of images, a thank you, a promise that the gateway would always be open to her, and the enduring warmth of a friendship that would span the boundaries of their worlds. He bowed his great antlered head to her, and she placed a hand on her heart and bowed in return. Then she stepped back through the waterfall into the cool, familiar air of her own forest. The moon was high, and the path home was clear. She walked back to her cottage, not with a sense of an ending, but with a feeling of wholeness. The restlessness was gone, replaced by the quiet, humming joy of a secret warmly kept. She stoked the fire in her hearth, its crackle a comforting echo of the magic she had witnessed. She curled up in her chair, a soft blanket around her shoulders, and looked out the window. The woods were dark and peaceful now. But she knew, in a way no one else did, that just behind the veil of the ordinary, a world of gentle light and song was thriving, and that she had a friend there always. And so, dear listener, as the fire burns down to glowing embers and the night deepens outside your window, remember Anya's story. Remember that even the quietest heart can hold great courage, that the smallest act of kindness can mend a great brokenness, and that the world is full of hidden wonders, waiting for a warm and friendly light to find them. Let the memory of the Glimmerwood's soft light and softer songs lull you now. Close your eyes. Feel the warmth of your blankets. Listen to the gentle rhythm of your own breathing. All is well. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Sleep now and dream of gentle lights and steadfast friends. Story 13. In the quiet little village of Starlight Hollow, nestled deep within the whispering woods, there was a gentle mystery afoot. Every evening, as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, and the fireflies began their nightly dance, the villagers would gather on their porches to watch the stars appear one by one. But lately something peculiar had been happening. Each night, one less star would shine in the velvet sky above. The villagers first noticed the absence when little Cora, who always counted the stars from her window seat, declared there were only 98 where there should have been 99. The next evening there were 97, then 96. No one could explain where the stars were disappearing to, or why the night sky seemed to be slowly emptying itself of its glittering treasures. Among the concerned villagers was a young woman named Anya, who tended the village Starlight garden, where moonflowers bloomed silver and night-blooming jasmine perfumed the air. Anya had a particular gift for noticing things others overlooked, the way a spider's web caught the light just so, or how the wind carried different melodies through the seasons. One evening, as the clock tower finished its 7th chime and the first stars should have been appearing, Anya noticed something unusual. The stars weren't simply missing, they were fading one by one as if someone were gently blowing out celestial candles. The sight was more curious than frightening, like watching sand slowly trickle through an hourglass. Determined to solve the mystery, Anya consulted the village elders. Old Man Hemlock, who remembered everything that had happened in Starlight Hollow for the past 90 years, recalled a nursery rhyme his own grandmother used to sing. When stars do fade from evening's grace, seek the keeper of time and space. Follow the path the fireflies trace, to find what's missing without a trace. The rhyme seemed promising, but its meaning remained elusive. What was the keeper of time and space? Where did the fireflies trace their path? That very night, Anya sat in her garden, watching the fireflies as they drifted through the twilight. She noticed something peculiar. Instead of their usual random patterns, the insects were forming a distinct, shimmering path that led deep into the whispering woods. With a lantern in hand and curiosity in her heart, Anya followed the glowing trail. The forest was alive with gentle sounds, the soft hooting of an owl, the rustle of leaves underfoot, the distant chime of wind bells hanging from ancient trees. The firefly path led her to a clearing where an enormous, ancient sundial stood, though it told no time in the moonlight. This, she thought, must be the keeper of time mentioned in the rhyme. Examining the sundial closely, Anya noticed constellations carved around its edge, each one precisely matching the pattern of stars in their night sky. One constellation, the Starlight Swan, had a star missing from its wing. Remembering the nursery rhyme's clue, she gently pressed the empty space where the star should be. To her surprise, the sundial shifted with a soft grinding sound, revealing a hidden compartment containing an old map drawn on silvery paper that seemed to glow with its own light. The map showed Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, with tiny star-shaped markings at various locations. One marking glittered particularly bright near the Crystal Brook. The next day, Anya followed the map to Crystal Brook, where the water sang as it tumbled over smooth stones. There she found not a missing star, but a family of otters playing with what looked like a fallen star, but upon closer inspection, it was merely a piece of quartz that reflected the sunlight in brilliant patterns. A delightful discovery, but not the solution to her mystery. This pattern repeated over several days. The map led her to various locations, a hollow tree where glowworms had arranged themselves in star-like patterns, a meadow where morning dew collected in star-shaped flowers, even the village bakery where the baker had accidentally created star-shaped pastries that shone with crystallized sugar. Each was a beautiful discovery that brought joy to the villagers, but none explained the fading stars. One evening, feeling slightly discouraged, Anya sat in the Starlight garden, listening to the gentle rain that had begun to fall. The rhythmic patter on leaves and roofs was soothing, and she found herself humming the nursery rhyme again. "Seek the keeper of time and space," she murmured. What if space didn't mean the cosmos, but literal space, a place? Her eyes wandered to the village clock tower, its face illuminated against the twilight sky. The clock was the keeper of time for the village, and its tower was certainly a space. Could the answer be there? As the rain softened to a drizzle, Anya made her way to the clock tower, climbing the spiral staircase to the top where the great clock mechanisms ticked and turned. There, huddled in a corner, was a small, shimmering creature no larger than her hand, a starling made of actual starlight, looking quite miserable and faint. The creature explained in a voice like tinkling bells that it was the last of the star guardians, whose job was to help stars find their proper places in the night sky. It had become lonely over the centuries as other guardians faded away, and in its sadness, it had begun collecting stars to keep itself company, not realizing it was making them fade by removing them from their celestial homes. Anya's heart swelled with empathy for the lonely creature. She understood then that the problem wasn't theft or malice, but loneliness and forgetfulness of purpose. "Little one," she said gently, "the stars don't belong in a tower any more than sunlight belongs in a jar. Their magic comes from sharing their light with everyone." The starling looked at the faint stars around it, then out the window at the darkening sky, where villagers were beginning to notice yet another star missing. Its light flickered with understanding and regret. "But how will I remember which star goes where?" it asked sadly. "I've forgotten the patterns." Anya smiled. "Our village remembers." She told the starling about the constellations carved on the sundial, about the maps and patterns the villagers had preserved in their stories and songs. That night, with Anya's help, the starling began returning the stars to their proper places. But instead of doing it alone, the entire village gathered in the square, holding lanterns and calling out the patterns they knew since childhood: the starlight swan, the weaver's loom, the guardian's shield. Children recited nursery rhymes that contained star patterns, elders shared stories about the constellations, and together they helped the starling restore the night sky. As each star returned to its place, it shone brighter than before, as if grateful to be home. The starling itself began to glow more brightly too, its form becoming more substantial with each star it properly placed. When the last star was returned, the night sky glittered with such brilliance that the villagers gasped in wonder. The starling, now radiant with restored purpose, promised to never collect stars again, but to visit different villagers each night, listening to their stories and sharing in their company. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow took turns hosting the starling, sharing tales and songs under the beautifully complete starry sky. The mystery had not only been solved, but had brought them closer together, reminding everyone that even the night sky needs care and community. And as the clock tower chimed 7 times each evening, villagers would smile up at the perfectly complete tapestry of stars, knowing that sometimes the sweetest solutions come not from searching far and wide, but from understanding what's already in your heart and home. The gentle rain would occasionally fall, the wind chimes would softly sing, and all was right in their little corner of the world. Story 14. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, as if inviting listeners to settle deeper into their chairs. Outside, the first snow of winter had begun to fall, blanketing the world in a hush so profound one could almost hear the flakes landing upon one another. It was on such a night that stories seemed to breathe on their own, and so I shall tell you one now. In a small village nestled between the whispering pines and the murmuring river, there lived a young girl named Anya. She was a quiet child, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that noticed things others often overlooked: the way frost painted intricate patterns on window panes, how certain stones held the day's warmth long after sunset, and the particular silence that fell just before snow. Yet for all her noticing, Anya often felt as though she were standing just outside the circle of warmth and laughter that others seemed to inhabit so easily. One evening, as the first true cold of the season settled upon the village, Anya's grandmother placed something in her hands, a small, smooth stone that seemed at first quite ordinary. But as Anya turned it over in her palm, she realized it held a faint, pulsing warmth, and deep within its core glowed a soft, golden light, like embers in a dying fire. "This is a Heartstone," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as wool. "It has been in our family for generations. They say it guides those who are lost, not in the woods or the fields, but in themselves. Keep it close, child. It may show you what you need to see." That night, Anya lay in bed with the Hearthstone cupped in her hands. Its gentle warmth seeped into her skin, and the soft glow illuminated the darkness around her like a tiny, private moon. As she drifted towards sleep, she felt not alone, but accompanied. And in her dreams, she walked a path through a forest she had never seen, following a light that flickered just ahead. When she woke, the world outside was white and still, and the Hearthstone in her hand glowed a little brighter, as if encouraging her to step outside. Wrapping herself in a thick woolen cloak, Anya ventured into the snow. The village was quiet, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy sighs. She walked without knowing quite where she was going, her boots crunching softly in the fresh powder, until she found herself at the edge of the woods. There, half hidden beneath a dusting of snow, was a path she had never noticed before. It wound between ancient trees, whose branches arched overhead like the ribs of some great, slumbering creature. And though she had been taught never to wander too far alone, the Hearthstone in her pocket pulsed warmly, and Anya felt a pull she could not name. So she stepped onto the path. The woods were different here. The air smelled of pine and cold earth, but also of something else, something like cinnamon and old books and candle wax. The light, too, was strange. Though the sky above was heavy with gray winter cloud, a soft golden glow seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, as if they held lanterns deep within their trunks. She hadn't walked far when she heard a sound, a small, frustrated sigh, followed by the rustle of leaves. Peering around the broad trunk of an oak, Anya saw a most unusual sight. A fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves and its eyes bright with intelligence, was attempting to reach something high up in the branches of a hawthorn tree. It was not any ordinary fox, for around its neck hung a tiny, delicately wrought lantern that glowed with the same soft light as Anya's Hearthstone. "Oh, bother," the fox muttered, in a voice that was surprisingly clear and rather polite. "I shall never reach it at this rate." Anya, though startled to hear a fox speak, found herself stepping forward. "Can I help?" she asked softly, so as not to startle the creature. The fox turned, regarding her with curious amber eyes. It did not seem afraid. "Well," it said, tilting its head, "that is unusually kind of you. Most humans run at the sight of me, or worse, try to catch me. I am Kale, by the way. Kale of the Glimmerwood." "I'm Anya," she replied, feeling a smile touch her lips for the first time in days. "What are you trying to reach?" "A memory light," Kale explained, pointing a slender paw upward. "They sometimes get caught in the branches. That one belongs to the old willow by the pond. It must have drifted. If it isn't returned by nightfall, the willow will forget how to weep, and then where would we be? The frogs rely on her tears for their evening songs." Anya looked up. Sure enough, tangled in the hawthorn's highest branches was a small, shimmering orb of light, no bigger than her thumb. It pulsed gently, like a captured heartbeat. "I think I can climb high enough," she said, "if you'll steady the lower branches." And so, with Kale holding the lower boughs firm with a strength that belied his size, Anya climbed. The bark was rough beneath her fingers, the cold seeping through her gloves, but the Hearthstone in her pocket glowed warmly against her thigh, giving her courage. Carefully she reached the trembling memory light and cupped it gently in her hands. It was cool and weightless, and it made her fingertips tingle. When she descended, Kale beamed, a peculiar expression on a fox, but a welcome one. Splendid, he exclaimed. Simply splendid. You must come with me to return it. The willow isn't far, and she does so love company. And so Anya found herself walking deeper into the Glimmerwood with a talking fox, carrying a captured memory light in her hands. As they walked, Kale told her about the hidden world that existed just beside her own, a world where trees remembered seasons long past, where stones hummed old tunes, and where light took on shapes and purposes of its own. The Heartstone you carry, Kale said, nodding toward her pocket. It is a rare thing. It belongs to one who is seeking. That is why the wood called to you today. Seeking what? Anya asked, her breath making little clouds in the air. That, said Kale gently, is for you to discover. They reached the willow, whose branches trailed in the water like long, graceful fingers. When Anya offered the memory light, one slender branch curled down to take it, and the whole tree seemed to sigh with relief. A moment later the first tears fell, not sad tears, but gentle, sparkling ones that plinked into the water below. And from the reeds a chorus of frogs began to sing, their voices a soft, rhythmic melody that seemed to harmonize with the falling snow. They're thanking you, Kale whispered. Anya felt a warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the Heartstone. As the day wore on, Kale showed Anya more of the Glimmerwood. They drank from a stream that tasted of mint and moonlight, and they rested in a clearing where the snow had not fallen, and the grass was still green and soft. Fireflies, though it was winter, danced in the air, their lights weaving patterns that told old stories of stars and seasons. But as the light began to fade, Anya noticed that Kale's steps were growing slower, and the lantern around his neck flickered uncertainly. "What's wrong?" she asked. "My light is fading," Kale admitted. "It needs starlight to recharge, but the clouds have covered the sky. Without it, I cannot find my way home after dark, and the paths here have a habit of shifting when the moon is hidden." Anya thought for a moment. Then she drew the Heartstone from her pocket. It glowed steadily, warmly. "Will this help?" she asked. Kale's eyes widened. "Oh, yes, I believe it would, but are you certain? Heartstones are precious. Their light is meant for their bearers." "You're my friend," Anya said simply. And it was true. In just one afternoon, she had found a companionship she had never known was possible. So they sat together beneath the shelter of a pine, and Anya held the Heartstone near Kale's lantern. Slowly the fox's light grew brighter, steadier, until it shone with a clear, silver gleam. "Thank you, Anya," Kale said, his voice soft. "You have a generous heart." As they sat in comfortable silence, Anya realized something. The loneliness that had been a constant companion for so long had eased. It hadn't vanished completely, but it had made room for other things, for the beauty of the falling snow, for the sound of the frog's song, for the warmth of the Heartstone in her hand, and for the presence of a friend who saw her not as quiet or odd, but as kind. "I think I understand now," she said softly, "what the Heartstone was meant to show me." Kale tilted his head. "And what is that?" "That being lost isn't about not knowing the way," Anya said. "It's about forgetting that we can be found by others, and that we can find ourselves in the helping." Kale nuzzled her hand gently. A wise discovery. When it was time to part, Kale led Anya back to the edge of the wood. The village lights glowed in the distance, each window a promise of warmth and welcome. "Will I see you again?" Anya asked, feeling a pang of sadness at the thought of returning to her ordinary world. Kale smiled his foxy smile. "The Glimmerwood is always here, and so am I. You need only listen for the memory lights or look for the path after a snowfall. And remember," he added, "you carry a piece of this place with you always." He meant the Heartstone, Anya knew. But as she walked back toward home, the snow falling softly around her, she realized she carried more than that. She carried the memory of a friendship that had warmed her from the inside out. She carried the certainty that she belonged not just in one world, but in many. And she carried the understanding that sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones that lead us back to ourselves. That night, as she lay in bed with the hearthstone glowing softly on her bedside table, Anya felt a peace settle over her. The world was wider and kinder than she had known, and she was part of it in ways she was only beginning to understand. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the village in a blanket of quiet. Somewhere in the Glimmerwood, a fox with a lantern around his neck trotted happily home, his light cutting through the darkness like a promise. And in a small room, a young girl drifted into dreams of gentle mysteries and unexpected friendships, her heart glowing as steadily and truly as the stone beside her. And so, dear listener, as the fire crackles low and the night deepens, may you too carry a warmth within you, a light that guides, a memory that comforts, and the quiet certainty that you are never truly alone. The world is full of hidden paths and gentle friends, waiting just beyond the edge of the ordinary. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as soft and peaceful as the falling snow. Story 15. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between the whispering pines and the murmuring brook, there lay the little village of Heartstone. The houses there were built of warm, honey-colored wood, with roofs of thatch that held the sunlight like a memory long after dusk had fallen. And in one such cottage, with a garden full of slumbering lavender and sage, lived a young girl named Anya. Anya was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of twilight and hair that held the last hints of sunset. She loved the world, but often found herself watching it from her windowsill rather than walking through it. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the ancient oak at the village edge, Anya preferred the company of her own thoughts, the soft weight of a blanket around her shoulders, and the gentle crackle of the hearth fire. But there was one thing that called to her more than comfort, more than stillness, a mystery that had lived in her family's stories for generations. It was said that deep within the elderwood, the forest that cradled their village, there lay a hidden world. Not a world of grand castles or fearsome beasts, but a softer, quieter place, a realm where light lived in its most gentle form, where warmth was not just felt but heard, and where every soul carried a little glow, like an ember cupped gently in the palm. No one in living memory had found it, of course. Most considered it a lovely myth, a tale to tell children when the nights grew long. But Anya believed. She felt it in the same way she felt the coming of rain, a subtle shift in the air, a whisper against her skin. One evening, as autumn began to lay its copper blanket over the world, Anya sat by the fire, tracing the patterns in the wood grain of the floor. Her grandmother had just finished telling her the story of the Glimmer world, as she always did on the first chilly night of the season. They say, her grandmother murmured, her voice as soft as wool, that the entrance reveals itself only to those who carry a quiet heart, and that the way is lit not by lanterns, but by living light, little beings called Imberkins, who glow with the warmth of forgotten summers and kindnesses yet to be given. That night, as Anya lay in bed, the wind sang a different song against her window pane. It seemed to form words, not loud or demanding, but gentle, persistent. Come, see, believe. Without really deciding to, she found herself pulling on her warmest socks and her thickest shawl. She slipped out into the night, the wooden door clicking shut behind her with a sound like a falling acorn. The world outside was bathed in silver moonlight, and the path toward the elderwood looked like a ribbon of pearl. Anya's breath misted before her, and she pulled her shawl tighter. She felt a flutter of fear, but beneath it, a steady, glowing curiosity. As she stepped beneath the canopy of the trees, the world changed. The moonlight filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, and the air grew still and deep, like held breath. She walked for what felt like both a moment and an hour, until she came upon a sight that made her own breath catch. There, nestled between the roots of a great, ancient willow, was a door. It was not a door of wood or iron, but of woven light and shadow, shimmering like heat haze over a summer road. It was circular, no larger than a serving platter, and pulsed with a soft, rhythmic glow. As Anya drew nearer, she saw that the light came from tiny, intricate patterns that moved and swirled like living lace. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. The stories were true. She knelt, her knees sinking into the cool, damp moss. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out a hand. Just before her fingers could touch the glowing surface, the light dimmed, and from the center of the door emerged a creature. It was small enough to fit in her cupped hands, with delicate, translucent wings that hummed softly. Its body was the color of a banked fire, a soft orange gold, and it glowed from within, casting a gentle radiance that pushed back the shadows. Two large, dark eyes blinked up at her, curious and unafraid. Anya stayed perfectly still, captivated. The little creature tilted its head, then let out a soft chime-like sound, like a tiny bell being struck by a drop of dew. It hovered before her, its light pulsing in a friendly, inviting rhythm. "Hello," Anya whispered, her voice barely audible. The creature chimed again, then did a little loop-the-loop in the air before darting back toward the shimmering door. It paused at the threshold, looking back at her as if waiting. Understanding dawned. It was an invitation. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Anya reached out again. This time her fingers passed through the light. Instead of solid matter, she felt a sensation of profound warmth, like dipping her hand into a sunbeam. Emboldened, she leaned forward, and the world dissolved into a swirl of gold and soft shadow. When her senses settled, she found herself in a place of impossible beauty. She was in a vast, underground cavern, but it felt nothing like a cold, dark cave. The air was warm and carried the scent of baking bread, blooming jasmine, and clean earth. The ceiling soared high above, dotted with thousands of glowing crystals that shone like captured starlight. Beneath her feet the ground was soft and mossy, and little streams of what looked like liquid light trickled between smooth stones, humming a peaceful, watery tune. And everywhere there were emberkins. They drifted through the air like living lanterns, their soft glows painting the cavern in hues of amber, rose, and gentle gold. Some tended to glowing flowers that grew in patches of soft soil. Others gathered near the streams, dipping their tiny hands into the light water and shaping it into shimmering, temporary sculptures that melted back into the flow with a sound like laughter. The little emberkin who had guided her chimed happily and zipped around her head, before darting off toward a gathering of its kin near a particularly large and beautiful stream. Anya stood transfixed, her fear completely forgotten. She had never seen, never imagined such a place. It was a world built not on noise and haste, but on warmth and quiet wonder. She began to walk, her steps silent on the soft moss. The emberkins she passed chimed greetings, their lights brightening in welcome. They didn't seem surprised to see her. It was as if she were an expected guest. After a while she came to a calm pool of the light water, its surface perfectly still. Sitting beside it, her knees drawn to her chest, was another figure. But this was not an emberkin. It was a boy, perhaps a year or two older than her. He had messy hair the color of walnuts and was intently studying the pool's surface, where the reflections of the glowing crystals danced like underwater stars. He held a small, smooth stone that glowed with a soft, internal pulse, much like the emberkins themselves. He looked up as she approached, and his eyes, a warm, earthy brown, widened in surprise but not alarm. He offered a small, shy smile. "Hello," he said. His voice was quiet but clear, like the sound of the stream outside her cottage. "Hello," Anya replied, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if she were meeting an old friend she'd simply forgotten. "I'm Kale," he said. I didn't think anyone else from above knew the way. I'm Anya, and I think the way knew me." Kale's smile grew a little. "It does that, it finds the ones who are listening for it." He gestured to the stone in his hand. "This is my Heartstone. It glows brighter when I'm calm, when I'm truly me." Anya sat down beside him, a respectful distance away. "How long have you been coming here?" "A few years," he said, his gaze returning to the pool. "I found it after I'd had a really difficult day. I felt lost. I just started walking in the woods, not paying attention, and I tripped over a root right in front of the willow. When I looked up, the door was there. I think it felt my need for a quiet place." They sat in a comfortable silence for a few moments, watching the Birkins drift by. Anya learned that Cale, like her, was often quiet. He loved to whittle little figures from wood and listen to the stories the old trees seemed to tell in the wind. The Glimmer world was his sanctuary, a place where he didn't have to try to be louder or bolder. "It's beautiful," Anya whispered, her voice full of awe. "It's like the world is giving itself a hug." Cale chuckled softly. "That's a good way to put it." He showed her around his favorite parts of the cavern. There was the Whispering Grove, where leaves made of soft light rustled and shared secrets if you listened closely. There was the Warmth Well, a deep spring that bubbled with water that was always the perfect temperature for tired hands and sad hearts. And there was the hearth, the very center of the cavern, where the oldest and largest Birkins gathered. They pulsed with a deep, slow, comforting light, and their collective hum was a sound that sank into your bones and made you feel safe. As they walked and talked, Anya felt a friendship kindling between them, warm and steady, like the glow of the Hearthstone Cale carried. It was an unexpected friendship, born not from grand adventures or shared tasks, but from a mutual understanding of silence, of the beauty in gentle things. But as the hours drifted by like smoke on a still night, Anya noticed something. The light in the cavern, which had been so vibrant and steady, began to flicker. It was subtle at first, a slight dimming of the crystals above, a waver in the streams of light water. The Birkins, usually so serene, began to chime with a note of concern, their movements becoming quicker, more agitated. Cale frowned, his brow furrowed. "That's strange. That's never happened before." "What is it?" Anya asked, a thread of unease weaving through her wonder. "I don't know," he admitted. "The light here, it's connected to the heart of the forest above, to its health, its balance, if it's flickering." He didn't need to finish. The worry in his eyes said enough. The gentle mystery of this place was suddenly tinged with a gentle urgency. Together they decided to seek out the oldest Birkin, the one the others called Gleamholder. It resided near the great hearth, its light a deep, wise gold. They found it hovering patiently, its light pulsing in a slow, measured rhythm. As they approached, it turned its large, knowing eyes toward them. It didn't speak in words, but a series of images and feelings flowed into their minds. A picture of the great willow above, its leaves looking dry and brittle, a feeling of deep, thirsting roots, a vision of a small, blocked spring that fed the tree, choked by a landslide of rock and mud. The balance was upset. The ancient willow, the anchor for the magic of this place, was suffering. And its suffering was causing the light of the Glimmer world to falter. "We have to help," Cale said, his voice firm with resolve. The hearthstone in his hand glowed a determined, steady orange. Anya nodded, her own fear melting away under a wave of fierce protectiveness for this beautiful, hidden world. "How?" Another series of images from Gleamholder, the blocked spring, the stones that needed moving. It was a simple task, but a physical one. It would require patience and strength. The journey back through the shimmering door felt different. They were no longer wide-eyed visitors, they were guardians on a mission. They emerged into the cool night air of the Elderwood to find the great willow looking sad and drooping, its silvery leaves lacking their usual luster. Following the guidance they'd been given, they found the small spring, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. Just as Gleamholder had shown them, it was blocked by a pile of rocks and slick mud, probably from the heavy rains the week before. The water was barely trickling, and the earth around the willow's roots was dry and cracked. Without a word, they got to work. Kale, with his clever hands, began carefully loosening the larger rocks. Anya used a flat piece of bark to scoop away the thick mud. It was slow, messy work. Mud splattered their clothes and cooled on their skin. Their muscles began to ache. But they worked together in a rhythm that felt natural. When a rock was too heavy for one, the other would help. When one grew tired, the other would work on. As they labored, they talked. They spoke of their lives in the village, of their quiet dreams, of the things that made them happy, and the things that made them feel small. The shared task, the cool night air, the common purpose, it wove their fledgling friendship into something stronger, something that burned steady and true. Anya realized, as she wiped a muddy hand across her brow, that she wasn't just doing this for the magical world below. She was doing it for this tree, for this forest, for her friend beside her. She was a part of it now. She was no longer just watching from her windowsill. Finally, with a last concerted heave, they rolled away the final large stone. There was a deep groaning sound from the earth, and then a gush of clear, cold water burst forth, washing over their hands and soaking into the parched soil. They scrambled back as the spring came back to life, flowing freely and strongly toward the thirsty roots of the willow. They sat back on their heels, breathing heavily, covered in mud and utterly exhausted. But they were smiling. Almost immediately, they saw the change. The willow's leaves seemed to shiver, then lift. Their silvery underside caught the moonlight more brightly. A sense of vitality, of deep relief, seemed to emanate from the ancient tree. A soft, golden light began to spill from between its roots. The shimmering door reappeared, glowing more brightly and steadily than before. From within they heard a chorus of chimes, joyful, grateful, and profoundly peaceful. Kale's hearthstone, which had been glowing a steady workman's orange, now pulsed with a deep, contented gold. He looked at Anya, his face smudged with dirt but his eyes shining. We did it. Anya's heart felt too big for her chest, full of a warm, glowing pride she'd never known. She nodded, her own smile wide and true. The little Emberkin who had first greeted Anya zipped out of the door and did a delighted, dizzying spiral around their heads before chiming insistently and darting back inside. The invitation was clear. They stepped back through the door, and the warmth of the glimmer world wrapped around them like a favorite blanket. The cavern was radiant. The crystals above blazed with soft, unwavering light. The streams of light water flowed strong and clear, their hum a vibrant, joyful song. The Emberkins drifted everywhere, their glows bright and steady, chiming a symphony of gratitude that made the very air vibrate with happiness. Gleamholder approached them, its light so warm and profound it felt like a blessing. It hovered before each of them in turn, and a deep, resonant feeling of thanks settled in their hearts, a feeling that needed no words. They spent a little more time in the cavern, basking in the restored peace. But soon the pull of home, of warm beds and the familiar, began to call them. They said their gentle goodbyes, promising the Emberkins and each other that they would return. As Anya stepped back into the woods, the shimmering door faded softly behind her, leaving only the familiar bark of the ancient willow. The world above was still and peaceful, the moon high in a sky now brushed with the first hints of dawn. She and Kale walked back to the edge of the village together in a comfortable silence, their shared experience a warm presence between them. They knew they were different now. The journey had transformed them, not with dramatic flourishes, but with a quiet, steady confidence. They had faced the challenge not with force, but with patience and partnership. Outside her cottage, they paused. "I'll see you tomorrow," Kale asked, his voice soft in the pre-dawn hush. Yes, Anya said, and she knew it was true. They had found not just a hidden world, but a friend. Tomorrow. She slipped back inside, the familiar scent of home, of dried herbs and warm wood, greeting her. The fire in the hearth had burned down to embers, but they glowed with a particularly deep and steady light. She changed out of her muddy clothes, washed her face, and finally climbed into her soft bed, her body weary but her soul alight. As she drifted towards sleep, she didn't think of grand battles or dramatic rescues. She thought of the feel of cool, damp earth under her hands. She thought of the sound of a friend's quiet breathing as they worked side by side. She thought of the grateful chime of a tiny being and the profound, silent thank you from an ancient tree. She had gone looking for a magical world that glowed in the darkness, and she had found it. But she had also discovered that the greatest magic often lies in the quiet act of caring, in the strength found in gentle hearts, and in the unexpected warmth of a friendship forged under the moon. And with the memory of a light that would never truly fade glowing softly within her, Anya slipped into dreams of whispering groves, warm streams, and a world where kindness was the brightest light of all. Story 16. In a quiet corner of the valley of whispering pines, where the air smelled of damp earth and honeyed sunlight, there lived a young soul named Kalen. From his earliest memories, Kalen had felt a quiet difference humming within him, a gentle vibration that set his heart to a rhythm no one else seemed to hear. It wasn't a loud or troubling thing, but rather a soft, persistent whisper, like the rustle of moth wings against a window pane at twilight. His skin, pale as moonlight, would sometimes shimmer with the faintest hint of silver when he felt particularly joyful or deeply moved. Tiny, luminous freckles would appear across his nose and cheeks after a good laugh, glowing like captured starlight until his emotions settled back into calm. These changes, while beautiful, made Kalen feel shy and uncertain. He kept to the edges of the village, spending his days tending to a small, neglected patch of earth behind his cottage, a garden that, much like himself, seemed to be waiting for something. One crisp autumn morning, as Kalen was carefully planting tulip bulbs with hands that trembled slightly, an old woman with hair like spun silver and eyes, the color of the deep forest, appeared at his garden gate. She moved with the quiet grace of falling leaves, and when she smiled, the air around her seemed to warm by several degrees. "That's a hopeful thing to do," she said, her voice like the soft chime of distant bells. "Planting bulbs in the autumn requires a special kind of faith, faith in the darkness, faith in the waiting." Kalen looked up, his cheeks flushing with a soft, pearlescent glow. "I suppose so," he murmured. "I like the idea of something beautiful sleeping beneath the cold soil, waiting for the right moment to emerge." The woman nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Everything in its own time, dear one. Even we must grant ourselves the patience we offer to seeds." She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who knew the language of growing things. Without another word, she knelt beside him in the rich soil, and together they planted the remainder of the bulbs, her presence as comforting as a favorite woolen blanket. As the days grew shorter and the first frost dusted the valley like powdered sugar, Kalen noticed small changes not only in himself, but in the garden as well. Where his fingers brushed the earth, small, silvery mosses would spring up, tracing the paths he walked. The rose bushes, once thorny and barren, began to sprout buds that glowed with a soft, internal light whenever Kalen spoke kindly to them. Alara visited often, always arriving just when Kalen felt most uncertain. She never gave direct advice, but instead shared stories, tales of caterpillars who napped through the winter in their silken cradles, and of rivers that patiently carved canyons over centuries. She taught him that transformation was not a sudden event, but a gentle unfolding, much like the way dawn gradually coaxes the night into day. One evening, as they sat by the hearth sipping chamomile tea, Kalen confessed his fears. "Sometimes I feel like I'm changing into someone I don't recognize," he whispered, his skin shimmering with anxiety, casting flickering patterns on the walls. What if I lose myself completely? Alara placed a warm, wrinkled hand over his. Change does not mean loss, dear heart, it means expansion. The acorn does not become less by growing into an oak, it becomes more of what it was always meant to be. She gestured to the window, where the garden lay sleeping under a blanket of snow. Even in stillness there is growth, especially in stillness. Encouraged by her words, Kalen began to pay closer attention to the subtle shifts within himself. He noticed that when he felt courageous, a delicate tracery of silver vines would bloom across his skin, sturdy and beautiful. When he felt compassion for a struggling seedling, the soil around it would grow warm and rich, helping it push through the earth. His emotions were not things to be feared, but rather seeds themselves, waiting to be nurtured into something wondrous. Winter deepened, and Kalen spent long hours in his cottage, wrapped in a quilt his grandmother had made, watching the snow fall outside. He felt cocooned, safe in this quiet space of becoming. He began to journal, writing down his thoughts and feelings, and with each honest word he felt a little lighter, a little more real. One particularly cold night, a young fox with a wounded paw limped into his garden, shivering and frightened. Without hesitation, Kalen brought the creature inside, cleaning its injury with gentle hands. As he worked, his entire arms began to glow with a steady, golden light, and where his fingers touched the fox's fur, the pain seemed to ease. By morning, the wound had closed, leaving only a silvery scar that shimmered in the dawn light. The fox nuzzled his hand before trotting back into the woods, healthy and whole. It was a small victory, but to Kalen it felt monumental. He had used his unique nature to heal, to comfort. Word of Kalen's gentle magic began to spread through Whispering Pines, not as gossip, but as a soft, hopeful hum. Children would leave small gifts of crystals or feathers at his gate, and sometimes villagers would stop by to ask for advice on their own gardens, which now seemed to flourish under Kalen's quiet attention. With each act of kindness, each moment of patience with himself, Kalen's transformations became more pronounced and more beautiful. His hair, once plain brown, now held streaks of living silver that shifted in the light. His eyes, once a simple hazel, now swirled with colors like the northern lights, green when he felt peaceful, blue when he was thoughtful, gold when he was joyful. Alara visited one final time as the first crocuses pushed through the melting snow. She stood at the garden gate, smiling at the sight of Kalen, who was now radiant with a quiet, steady light that seemed to emanate from within. "You've grown into yourself beautifully," she said, her own form beginning to shimmer at the edges as if she were made of morning mist. "Remember, all transformations are cycles. This is not an ending, but a new beginning. You are now both the gardener and the garden, the changer and the changed." With those words she faded into the sunlight, leaving behind only the scent of rain on fresh earth and a single, luminous seed resting on the gate-post. Kalen cupped it in his palm, feeling it pulse with gentle warmth. He knew exactly where to plant it, in the very center of his garden, where it would grow into something new and wonderful in its own time. That evening, as the embers of the sunset glowed on the horizon, Kalen sat on his porch, watching fireflies dance above the silver-touched grass. He no longer feared the changes within him. Instead, he welcomed them as old friends, understanding that like the seasons, like the tides, like the endless turning of the stars, he was meant to evolve, to unfold, to become. And in the quiet of the twilight, his garden began to bloom, not with flowers of ordinary hues, but with blossoms that glowed with inner light, their colors shifting with his breath, their petals unfolding in time with the beating of his heart. The air hummed with magic, soft and reassuring, a lullaby of growth and acceptance. Kalen smiled, his entire being alight with a peaceful, steady radiance. He knew that tomorrow would bring new changes, new discoveries, new beginnings. And for the first time, he couldn't wait to meet them. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the Heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The Heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the Heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the Heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice, the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. "Smell that," he whispered, "like cold metal and lost things." The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. "Turn back," they hissed. "The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing." Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. "But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening." She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. "Remember summer," he called. "Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover." The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. "We carry summer inside us," he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. "Pass," they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. "Remember us when the thaw comes." Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. "Now what?" Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. "The legend spoke of a song," Fern said. "But how do we sing for summer?" Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. "Together," he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, bramble, and fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the Heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. Balance is not stillness, Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind. As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, But the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in blankets, all was safe and still. Tonight I shall tell you a story of quiet magic, of hidden worlds, and of a light that glows with the warmth of a heart finding its way home. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains kissed the sky, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the meadows playing games of chase and laughter, Leo preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree by the brook, listening to the water tell its endless story. He felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain, that he was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth he couldn't find by the hearthside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and rose, Leo's grandmother called him to her side. Her hands, wrinkled like a well-loved map, held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "Leo," she said, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "This has been in our family for longer than the oldest oak in the forest. It is a locket, but it holds no picture. It holds a promise." She placed the cool, smooth object in his palm. It was an oval locket made of a strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the fading light. It was utterly plain, with no clasp, no hinge, and no way to open it. "They say," his grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to come from within, "that it only glows for the one who is meant to find what was lost. It is a guide, a warmth in the darkness, but its light is not for seeing with the eyes, Leo. It is for feeling with the heart." That night Leo lay in his bed, the locket held tightly in his hand. The moon rose, a silver coin in a velvet sky, and its light streamed through his window. And then something miraculous happened. A gentle warmth began to spread from the locket, a soft, pulsing heat that felt like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He uncurled his fingers. There in the center of the dark metal, a faint, golden light was beginning to glow. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, of honey in sunlight, of pure, gentle magic. His breath caught in his throat. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, and with each pulse he felt a gentle tug, a silent calling from deep within the ancient forest that bordered their village. The Whispering Woods, a place the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place of secrets and old magic. The next morning, with the locket hanging securely around his neck, hidden beneath his tunic, Leo packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water. The ember light within the locket was a constant, warm presence against his chest, its gentle pull a compass in his blood. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods, and she simply smiled, her knowing eyes seeing more than he could say. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined hawthorn trees, their branches gnarled and wise. As Leo stepped across the threshold, the air changed. It grew stiller, cooler, and filled with the rich, damp scent of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in scattered shafts, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by the deep, breathing silence of the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, following the soft, insistent tug of the locket. The path was not a path of stone or dirt, but one of intuition. He stepped over roots that looked like sleeping serpents, brushed past ferns that unfurled like green blessings, and listened to the symphony of the woods. The chatter of a squirrel, the distant hammering of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a moss-covered log sipping his water, that he heard a different sound. It was a small, frustrated snuffling, followed by a sad little whimper. Curiosity overriding caution, Leo crept towards the sound. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he found a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, silvery gray dappled with hints of dusky purple, and its eyes were not amber, but a luminous, intelligent green. One of its back legs was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in the twisted, grasping roots of an ancient tree that had seemingly come alive to hold it fast. The fox stopped struggling as it saw Leo, its green eyes wide with fear and pain. "It's all right," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper. He approached slowly, his hands held out to show he meant no harm. "I won't hurt you." The fox watched him, trembling. As Leo drew nearer, the locket against his chest flared with a sudden, warmer pulse. The fox's eyes flickered down to Leo's chest and then back to his face, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. The fear in its eyes softened into a desperate hope. Leo knelt and examined the root. It was thick and woody, wrapped tightly around the fox's slender leg. He pulled and tugged, but it was no use. The root was as strong as iron. He looked around for a sharp stone, but found none. He was about to despair when the locket pulsed again, and an idea, clear and calm, blossomed in his mind. He wasn't supposed to break the root. He was supposed to ask it. It was the strangest thought he'd ever had. But the warmth of the locket urged him to trust it. He placed his hands on the rough bark of the root. He closed his eyes, trying to pour all his gentle intention, all his desire to help, into his touch. "Please," he whispered to the ancient tree. "Please let him go. He means you no harm." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, groaning shudder ran through the root. Slowly, as if waking from a long sleep, the woody coil began to unwind itself. It loosened its grip, creaking and sighing, until finally the fox's leg was free. The fox scrambled back, limping slightly, and shook its leg. It then turned its luminous green eyes on Leo, and to Leo's astonishment, it dipped its head in a clear, graceful bow of thanks. "You're welcome," Leo said, his heart swelling with a joy he'd never known. The fox did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, then another, until it was close enough to nudge Leo's hand with its cool, wet nose. A friendship unexpected and warm was forged in that sun-dappled clearing. "I'm looking for something," Leo said, though he wasn't sure why he was telling a fox. "The locket is guiding me." The fox tilted its head, then turned and took a few limping steps towards a deeper part of the forest. It looked back at Leo, waiting. It was offering to guide him. And so, the boy and the twilight fox journeyed deeper into the whispering woods. The fox, whom Leo learned was named Finn through a series of understanding looks and gestures, knew the secrets of the forest. He led Leo along hidden animal trails, to a spring where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, and past meadows of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As they walked, Leo told Finn about his village, his grandmother, and the feeling of waiting for something more. Finn listened, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. The mystery of the locket's purpose began to unfold like the delicate petals of a night-blooming flower. The light would grow warmer and brighter when they were on the right path, and would dim to a faint glow if they strayed. It was not leading him to a place, Leo realized, but to a feeling. A state of being. One afternoon, they came upon a part of the forest that was dying. The trees were skeletal, their leaves gray and brittle. The air was cold and carried no birdsong. A deep sadness hung over everything. In the center of this blight stood a single magnificent tree, larger than any Leo had ever seen, but it was weeping a strange, black sap from a gash in its trunk. The locket on Leo's chest grew so hot it was almost uncomfortable, its light shining like a tiny star against the gloom. This was it. This was what he was meant to find. He approached the great tree, Finn staying close by his side, a low whine in his throat. Leo placed his hand on the rough, suffering bark. He could feel its pain, a deep, aching throb that echoed in his own bones. The tree was the heart of this part of the forest, and it was wounded, and its sorrow was poisoning the land around it. The gash was too big, too deep. He had no tools, no medicine. Despair threatened to wash over him. But then he remembered the root that had trapped Finn. He hadn't forced it. He had asked it. He had connected with it. He looked at the locket, now glowing with a fierce, loving light. Its promise was not of a tool, but of an ability. The ability to understand, to feel, to heal not by force, but by friendship. He sat down at the base of the great tree, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't try to think of a solution. Instead, he simply listened. He poured all his compassion, all the warmth from the locket and from his own heart, towards the ancient being. He shared its sadness, its fear of fading away. He sent it images of the vibrant forest it once nurtured, of the sun on its leaves, of the birds nesting in its branches. He offered it his friendship. He sat there for a long, long time, until the sun began to set. He felt a single, warm tear trace a path down his cheek. As it fell onto the root beneath him, something extraordinary happened. The locket's light flared one last, brilliant time, and then the light didn't fade. It poured out of the locket not as light, but as a wave of palpable, golden warmth. It flowed from Leo's chest, over his hands, and into the tree. It seeped into the gash, and where it touched the black sap, the sap turned clear and golden, like tree blood made of sunlight. The gash began to knit itself together, the bark weaving over the wound until it was whole again. A shudder of life ran through the great tree. Its gray leaves shivered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. The color spread out from the tree like a ripple in a pond, flowing through the soil, up the trunks of the skeletal trees, across the brittle grass. Life returned to the grove. Birds began to sing again. The air lost its chill. The transformation was complete. Leo stood up, weary but filled with a profound peace. The locket around his neck was dark and cool once more, its purpose fulfilled. He understood now. The journey had transformed him. He was no longer the boy who waited. He was a boy who listened, who understood, who could be a friend to the world. Finn nudged his hand, his green eyes shining with pride. Their journey back through the now-living forest was a quiet celebration. They did not speak, for no words were needed. The understanding between them was a warm, steady glow that needed no ember light. When Leo finally emerged from the whispering woods, the moon was high. He turned to say goodbye to his friend. Finn pressed his head against Leo's leg one last time, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees, a creature of magic returning to his world. Leo walked back to his village, a different boy from the one who had left. He went straight to his grandmother's cottage. She was waiting by the fire, as if she had known he would return at this exact moment. He didn't need to say a word. He simply took the now-dark locket from his neck and placed it in her hand. She smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of ages. "You found it," she said. "I did," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. "It was never about finding a thing. It was about finding a part of myself." His grandmother nodded, closing her fingers around the locket. "The light was always your own, my dear. The locket just helped you see it." That night, Leo slept a deep and dreamless sleep. He had journeyed into the unknown and found not a treasure, but a truth. He had discovered that the greatest magic is not in glowing lockets or talking foxes, though those are wonderful things. The greatest magic is a heart that is open, a hand that is offered in help, and the quiet, steady warmth of true friendship. And he carried that magic with him, a gentle, glowing ember in his soul, for the rest of his days. And so the fire crackles on, its warm light a promise against the night. The story is told, its magic lingering in the air like the scent of pine. May its warmth guide you, may its peace hold you, and may you journey into dreams knowing that the gentlest magic of all is already within you, waiting to glow. Sleep now. All is well. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious. With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, the boundaries between the solid earth and the shimmering veil of magic were thin as a dragonfly's wing. The air itself hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, sun-warmed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden night-blooming flowers. At the heart of this realm stood Sylvan, an elder stag whose antlers resembled the bare, intricate branches of winter trees, yet were perpetually adorned with tiny, glowing mosses that shifted color with his mood. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. He was the keeper of whispers, the one who listened to the forest's heartbeat, the gurgle of streams, the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind through the ferns. One crisp autumn morning, as mist curled like sleepy cats around the tree trunks and the air tasted of cinnamon and wood smoke, a small hedgehog named Bramble trundled anxiously towards Sylvan. Bramble's normally bright eyes were clouded with worry, and his spines seemed to droop. "Keeper Sylvan," Bramble squeaked, his voice trembling slightly. "The silver thread, it's fading. The water barely trickles past the moonstone glade. The watercress is wilting, and the fireflies say their nursery pool is shrinking." Sylvan lowered his great head, his warm breath creating small clouds in the cool air. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching, listening not just with them, but with the very core of his being. He felt the subtle tremor in the earth, a faint discord beneath the usual harmonious thrum of the Whisperwood. "I feel it too, little Bramble," he rumbled, his voice as soft as falling leaves. "The silver thread is the forest's lifeblood, fed by the tears of the Sky Mother and the deep sighs of the earth. Its weakening speaks of an imbalance." Nearby, Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns and boundless energy, chattered down from an oak branch. "An imbalance, what can we do? We need the water. My winter stash of hickory nuts is near the drying bank." Sylvan raised his head, his mossy antlers glowing a soft, reassuring green. "Patience, young Pip. Fear dries the spirit faster than sun bakes mud. We must understand before we act. The wisdom of the forest flows through generations, like the silver thread itself. Remember the tales told under the hunter's moon." He began to walk, his hooves making soft thuds on the thick carpet of fallen leaves that released a rich, earthy scent. Bramble scurried beside him, and Pip bounded from branch to branch overhead. Sylvan led them towards the source of the silver thread, high in the moss-draped hills where the air grew colder and carried the sharp tang of granite. As they climbed, Sylvan spoke of the delicate dance that sustained the Whisperwood. "See how the ferns unfurl only after the spring rains whisper their promise, how the glowworms light the paths only when the dusk deepens to velvet. The forest breathes in cycles, Pip Bramble. The Sky Mother weeps not just rain, but starlight and frost. The earth sighs not just water, but warmth and strength. The silver thread carries it all." They reached the source, a cleft in moss-covered rock where water should have bubbled forth with vigor. Now only a thin, hesitant trickle emerged, barely enough to moisten the dark stone. The air here felt strangely still and thin, lacking the usual vibrant energy. "Look," Bramble pointed a tiny claw. Deep within the cleft, tangled amongst the roots of a venerable yew tree that clung precariously to the rock face, was a dense knot of gnarled, dark vines. They pulsed with an unnatural, dull purple light, choking the spring. "Shadow vine," Bramble gasped. I thought it only grew in the sunless ravines. Sylvan nodded gravely. Aye, Shadowvine. It feeds on discord and neglect. It must have crept here unseen, perhaps when the summer storms were fierce and distracted the wood sprites. It strangles the earth's sigh, blocking the deep waters from rising. He touched the vines with his muzzle, and they recoiled slightly, emitting a faint, acrid smell like burnt sugar. Force will only make it grip tighter. It thrives on struggle. Pip scampered down, landing beside the feeble trickle. But we have to get rid of it, can't I just gnaw through it? He nibbled experimentally at a tendril and instantly spat, shaking his head. Bleck, it tastes like bitter ashes. The old ways teach us, Sylvan murmured, his gaze softening as he looked towards the canopy where the autumn sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. Balance is restored not by opposition, but by harmony. Shadowvine fears not teeth or claws, but the pure essence of the seasons it disrupts. He turned to Bramble. Little tunneler, your nose is keen. Deep beneath the roots, where the earth is warm and dark, grows the moonpetal bulb. Its roots hold the memory of winter's quiet strength. Can you find one? Bramble puffed out his chest. For the silver thread, of course, keeper. He vanished into a small crevice near the yew roots with surprising speed. Sylvan then looked up at Pip, now perched nervously on a rock. Swift climber, the highest branches of the sun-kissed aspen hold the last dewdrops touched by the dawn's first light. They shimmer with the promise of spring's renewal. Can you gather some in a leaf cup? Pip's eyes widened. The very top, but the wind. The wind respects courage and purpose, Pip, Sylvan said gently. Trust your agility, as the forest trusts you. While Bramble burrowed deep into the comforting, loamy darkness, smelling of rich decay and hidden life, Pip embarked on his dizzying climb. The aspen swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets. High up, the world seemed made of light and air. Pip focused, his heart pounding, carefully collecting the precious, cold dewdrops that sparkled like liquid diamonds in a folded beech leaf. Meanwhile, Sylvan stood sentinel by the choked spring. He lowered his head, his glowing antlers dimming to a deep, peaceful blue. He began to hum, a sound so low it was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated through the rock and into the earth. It was the song of deep roots, a melody passed down from stag to stag since the forest was young, speaking of patience, endurance, and the slow, sure turning of the seasons. The harsh purple pulse of the shadowvine flickered uncertainly. Bramble emerged, dusty but triumphant, clutching a smooth, ivory-white bulb that glowed with a soft, internal light and smelled faintly of frost and clean snow. Pip landed beside him, breathless but holding the leaf cup brimming with luminous dew that smelled impossibly fresh, like the very first breath of spring. Now, Sylvan instructed, his voice blending with his hum. Place the moonpetal bulb deep within the knot of shadowvine bramble. Let the memory of winter's stillness touch its core. Pip, pour the sundew over the vines, a blessing of the light to come. With delicate care, Bramble pushed the cool, glowing bulb deep into the tangled mass. Pip carefully tipped the sparkling dew. Where the dew touched the shadowvine, the harsh purple light sputtered and dimmed. Where the bulb rested, a soft, white radiance began to seep into the dark tendrils. Sylvan's hum deepened, weaving around the bulb's chill and the dew's brilliance. He sang of autumn's crisp decay making way for renewal, of winter's rest nurturing hidden life, of spring's inevitable return. He sang of the deep earth sighing freely, and the sky mother weeping cleansing tears. The shadowvine shuddered. Its pulsing light faded completely. The gnarled vines seemed to shrink, becoming brittle and gray, like old cobwebs exposed to the sun. With a sound like a sigh of relief, they crumbled into dust, blown away by a sudden, gentle breeze that carried the scent of rain and clean rock. And then it came. a deep, resonant gurgle from within the earth. A surge of clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny points of light like captured stars, burst forth from the cleft. It washed over the rocks, singing a joyful song as it tumbled down the hillside, following its ancient path towards the moonstone glade. The very air seemed to sigh, filling with moisture and the vibrant, electric hum of restored magic. The silver thread flowed strong once more. Bramble danced a little jig on the wet rocks, his spines gleaming. Pip chattered with pure joy, watching the water race downhill. Sylvan raised his head, his antlers now glowing a vibrant, healthy green, reflecting in the newly freed spring. They followed the revitalized stream back down to the moonstone glade. Already the watercress perked up, its leaves glistening. Fireflies like tiny, joyful lanterns began to emerge, their soft green light reflecting on the now full nursery pool. Creatures emerged from hiding, a family of voles, a watchful owl, delicate moths all drawn by the restored harmony, the sound and scent of life flowing freely. Under the rising moon, whose silver light turned the glade into a place of enchantment, Sylvan spoke to the gathered creatures. The shadow vine came not from malice, but from a moment of inattention. The forest's balance is delicate, woven from countless threads, the deep roots and the high leaves, the winter's sleep and the summer's blaze. It requires our watchfulness, our respect, and our unity. He looked at Bramble and Pip. Wisdom lies not just in knowing the old songs, but in listening to the forest's need. Courage is not just strength, but the willingness to seek help and trust in the strengths of others. You both remembered the lessons woven into the tales, and you acted with the harmony of the seasons in your hearts. Pip puffed out his chest, no longer just thinking of his nuts. Bramble felt a warm pride settle deep within him, warmer than any sunbeam. The whisperwood sighed contentedly around them. The gurgle of the silver thread was a constant, soothing melody. The scent of damp moss, wet stone, and moonlit flowers filled the air. Fireflies traced lazy patterns above the water, their light mingling with the reflection of the stars. High above, the Sky Mother, pleased with the restoration, began to weep gentle, autumn tears, a soft, steady rain that pattered on the broad leaves, dripped from the pine needles, and sank gratefully into the thirsty earth. It was the sound of the forest breathing deeply, a lullaby of perfect balance. Sylvan settled by the glistening stream, the rain a cool kiss on his fur. Bramble curled contentedly under a giant fern frond, listening to the rain's rhythm. Pip found a dry hollow in an oak, his earlier worries washed away. The magic of the whisperwood, strengthened by wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of the seasons, pulsed softly around them, a comforting presence in the deep, ancient night. The silver thread murmured its endless song, a promise carried on the rain-scented breeze, ensuring that in the whisperwood, harmony would always find its way, as sure as the dawn following the dark and the spring returning after the winter's sleep. The last firefly winked out, leaving only the moon's glow on the water and the gentle, steady sound of life flowing on and on. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Deep in the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and streams giggled over polished stones, lay the village of Twinkle Hollow. Its cottages nestled inside toadstools with candy-striped roofs, and cobblestone paths glimmered with crushed stardust. Here lived Pip, a sparrow-sized boy with ears that wiggled when he was excited, and pockets always full of talking acorns. His best friend was Fig, a bashful badger who wore a waistcoat embroidered with snoozing snails and sneezed clouds of glitter when surprised. One dewy morning, Pip discovered the village's heart, the gleaming gear garden, in disarray. Giant clockwork sunflowers drooped, their petals rusted shut. The giggling gears that powered Twinkle Hollow's twilight dances lay silent, coated in sticky, purple goo. Without their nightly waltz, the fireflies couldn't weave their luminous stories across the sky, and gloom settled like a damp quilt. Fig sneezed a nervous puff of silver glitter. "Oh crumbs, the Moonberry Festival is tomorrow. Without the gears, the fireflies' ballet will be a soggy pancake." Pip's ears did a frantic jig. Fear not, Fig will find the source of this gummy gloom. Their quest began at the Sugar Spruce Library, run by Mistress Nettle, a tortoise with a monocle and a hat made of teapots. She tapped a map with her cane. The goo comes from the sorrowful swamp, dear Beans, but beware, it's guarded by the moat monster, who sighs so deeply he blows his own hat off. Armed with feather dusters for tickling troubles away, and jars of Fig's sneeze glitter, guaranteed to spark giggles, they tiptoed into the swamp. Trees wept caramel tears, and the air smelled of forgotten birthdays. There sat the moat monster, a shaggy, blue-furred creature with rain clouds for eyebrows, sobbing into a puddle. Each tear splashed as sticky purple goo. "Nobody likes my lullabies," he wailed, accidentally inhaling a passing butterfly. Pip's ears wiggled merrily. "Why, we adore music. Sing for us." The moat monster hiccuped, then crooned a tune so off-key, frogs covered their ears. But Pip and Fig applauded wildly. Bravo, encore. Encouraged, the monster belted out a ballad, his tears turning clear and sweet as lemonade. The goo vanished. "You're brilliant." Fig cheered, sneezing a rainbow over the swamp. Flowers burst into bloom, singing backup. Back in Twinkle Hollow, the gears whirred to life, spinning faster than ever. Pip had a twisty idea. Let's invite the moat monster to conduct the Fireflies. At the festival, under a sky dusted with peach-colored stars, the monster waved a licorice baton. Fireflies spiraled into giggling constellations, while clockwork sunflowers clanged cymbals made of cookie tins. Villagers waltzed on marshmallow clouds, and Fig sneezed a finale of diamond dust that settled over everyone like cozy pajamas. As the last note faded, Pip curled in a hammock woven from moonbeams, Fig snoring softly beside him. The moat monster, now the maestro of merriment, conducted the stars in a soft, humming lullaby. Twinkle Hollow shimmered, a promise that even the bluest sighs could become songs, and friendship was the stickiest, sweetest magic of all. And with that thought, dreams bloomed like shy violets in the heart of the night. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta-7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The view screen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. Grab, he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. Careful, he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudged the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed their scientific fascination, momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. Safe, they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. That when pull up. Thank you, Kip said, flashing the gold again. Big thank you, friend. Friend, Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see. Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo-blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryo-bloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling star base. But the vastness of space felt different now. You stay on ship. Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. After repairs, new mission, maybe. Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. Yes, Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected garden's friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the whispering woods. Here lived a young dew-keeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewel's daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch. But it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. Someone must go, Arania said softly. Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself. Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. I will go, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Tell me what to do. Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me. The Firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. Show it, he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. Show it what it is, show it the emptiness it creates. The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. "Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror." "The jewel," Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the 2 remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dew-keeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the 2 remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight. The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift. A tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely. A dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the Dewkeeper, and Arania, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come, bright and jeweled. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds. Bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses. Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn Firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. The village of Willowwood nestled in a valley where the mist lingered like sleepy thoughts each morning. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling from chimneys, carrying the scent of pine logs and baking bread. And in the quietest corner, beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived Silas. Silas loved routine. He knew the exact creak of his garden gate, the precise angle of sunlight that warmed his favorite stone bench at noon, and the dependable cycle of the seasons that governed his beloved moonpetal flowers. Each year he nurtured the same silvery blooms in innate, unwavering rows. Change, Silas felt, was like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling, unnecessary, and best avoided. He watched the world from his tranquil garden, a comfortable island in a stream that flowed ever onward. But this spring felt different. A subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the oak leaves with a new urgency. Silas felt it in his bones, a restlessness he couldn't name. His trusted moonpetals, usually bursting forth with predictable vigor, seemed hesitant, their buds tightly furled long past their usual time. He knelt in the soft earth, tracing a cool, unopened bud with a calloused finger. "What troubles you, old friends?" he murmured, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it him? Had he changed somehow? One mist-drenched morning, Silas found a small parcel tied with twine resting on his garden bench. It bore no name, only a pressed oak leaf. Inside, nestled in moss, lay a single seed unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the color of twilight, shimmering faintly with an inner light, cool and smooth as river stone. Curiosity warred with his ingrained caution. A new seed meant change, the unknown. He almost tucked it away in a drawer. But the shimmer seemed to pulse, a soft, gentle rhythm that echoed the disquiet in his own heart. With a sigh that felt like letting go of a long-held breath, Silas carefully planted it in a small terracotta pot near his kitchen window. The seed did nothing. Weeks passed. Silas tended his moon petals, coaxing them with familiar routines, but they remained stubbornly closed. His restlessness grew, mirroring the stillness of the mysterious seed. He felt adrift, the comfortable anchor of his routine seeming less substantial. One afternoon his neighbor Eris stopped by. Eris, whose laugh was like wind chimes and whose hands were always stained with paint or ink, embodied the very change Silas shunned. She noticed the pot on the sill. "Ooh, what's this, Silas?" Eris leaned in, her bright eyes catching the seed's faint shimmer. "It feels alive, like it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Silas grumbled, wiping soil from his hands. "It refuses to grow, just like the moon petals. Perhaps the garden knows something I don't." He hadn't meant to voice the fear aloud. Eris touched his arm gently. "Maybe it's not refusing, Silas. Maybe it's waiting for you, for a different kind of tending." She didn't press, leaving him with a warm loaf of honey bread and the echo of her words. That night Silas sat by his small hearth, the fire crackling companionably. He stared at the dormant seed in its pot. Waiting for me. He thought of the moon petals, his own unease. The fear wasn't just about the plants, it was about himself. He felt stuck like the seed, trapped in a shell of his own making. What if he wasn't meant to tend only moon petals forever? What if there was more? The thought was terrifying, like stepping off a well-worn path into deep woods. He decided to try something different. Instead of his measured watering can, he carried the pot outside the next morning during a soft, warm rain. He placed it where the first rays of dawn would touch it. He hummed an old, half-forgotten lullaby his grandmother used to sing, his voice rough and hesitant. He spoke to the seed, not about routines, but about the feeling of the rain, the scent of wet earth, the strange flutter in his own chest. He confessed his fear of the unknown, his love for the familiar, and the confusing sense that something needed to shift. The next morning, a tiny, impossibly green shoot had pierced the soil. It was no bigger than a blade of grass, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the seed. Silas gasped. It felt like a direct response, a mirror to his tentative opening. Encouraged, he continued. He experimented, placing the seedling where afternoon sun dappled through the oak leaves. He brought it inside when the nights grew too chill. He watered it not on a schedule, but when the soil felt dry. He shared his thoughts, his worries about the moon petals, his memories, his small hopes. As Silas nurtured the seedling, something shifted within him too. The rigid knot of resistance began to loosen. He found himself noticing things he'd long taken for granted, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the different songs of birds at dawn and dusk, the way Eris's laughter lifted his spirits. He even visited Elder Thistle, the village herbalist known for her quiet wisdom and shelves overflowing with strange, fragrant plants. The world breathes, Silas, Thistle said softly, handing him a cup of fragrant chamomile tea. Her cottage smelled of dried herbs and warm stone. And so must we, holding too tightly to what can make us brittle. Your moon petals, perhaps they feel your own tight grip, and this new friend of yours. She gestured to the seedling, now sporting its first two delicate leaves, glowing softly on her windowsill. It thrives on your honesty, your willingness to listen. The seedling grew steadily, its stem thickening, leaves unfurling like miniature velvet pennants. It seemed to respond to Silas's moods. On days he felt uncertain, it drooped slightly. When he felt a spark of wonder watching a butterfly, its light brightened. It was a living barometer of his inner world, a magical reflection of his own unfolding. He named it Whisper for the quiet way it communicated. Meanwhile, his moon petals remained obstinately closed. The sight pained Silas, a reminder of his perceived failure. One crisp autumn morning, he found frost had touched the outer buds. His heart sank. He sat heavily on his stone bench, the cold seeping through his clothes. He felt defeated. Perhaps he couldn't nurture growth, old or new. Eris found him there, shoulders slumped. Without a word, she sat beside him, her presence warm and solid. "Look," she said softly, pointing not to the moon petals, but to Whisper. The plant had grown tall and strong in its pot, crowned with a single, tightly furled bud that glowed with a deep, sapphire light. "It's almost ready, just like you, Silas." "Like me?" Silas asked, his voice thick. "You've changed," Eris said simply. "You listen more, you notice more, you let the world in even when it's scary. That's growth, it's beautiful." She placed a hand over his. "The moon petals might need to change too, in their own way. Maybe they need to rest differently this year. It doesn't mean you failed them." Her words were a gentle balm. Silas looked at Whisper's glowing bud, then at the frosted moon petals. He realized he had been clinging to the idea of the moon petals blooming as they always had, refusing to accept that perhaps this year their cycle was different. His fear wasn't just about change, it was about loss. But Eris was right. Resting wasn't dying. Changing wasn't disappearing. It was transforming. That evening, Silas built a small fire in the hearth. He brought Whisper's pot close. The sapphire bud trembled. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool night air at the window, the quiet thrum of his own heart, no longer fighting itself. He thought of the seedling's journey, his own small steps into the unknown, the support of arras and thistle. He thought of the moon petals resting beneath the frost, gathering strength for a different spring. As the village clock struck midnight, a soft chime filled the room. Whisper's bud unfurled. It wasn't a flower, but a bloom of pure, soft light sapphire blue at its heart, shifting to violet, then to a gentle silver at the edges. The light pulsed gently, filling the cottage with a cool, soothing radiance that held the peace of deep night and the promise of dawn. It didn't dazzle, it illuminated. It shone on Silas's face, reflecting the quiet wonder in his eyes, and spilled out the window, touching the frosted moon petals in the garden. Under that gentle, magical light, something miraculous happened. The frosted moon petal buds, so tightly closed for months, began to soften. Slowly, hesitantly, then with growing confidence, their silvery petals unfurled. They didn't bloom with their usual vigor, but with a deep, serene beauty, their fragrance mingling with the cool night air, a scent of acceptance and quiet strength. Silas watched, tears warm on his cheeks. The magical light from Whisper hadn't forced the moon petals. It had simply created a space of peace, a gentle reminder that growth takes many forms. His rigid fear had been the frost, and his own unfolding, mirrored by Whisper's journey, had been the gentle warmth that allowed both the new light and the old flowers to find their way. Whisper's light bloomed for one perfect hour, bathing everything in its serene glow, then slowly dimmed, leaving the fully opened moon petals shimmering under the real moonlight. The plant itself didn't wither. It settled, its leaves a deep, contented green, the spent light bloom leaving behind a single, perfect seed nestled within its center. The next morning, Willowwood awoke to the unexpected sight of Silas's moon petals blooming gloriously, albeit later than ever before, their silver petals dewed and radiant. And Silas himself seemed different. There was a stillness about him, not the stillness of resistance, but the calm of deep-rooted peace. He moved through his garden with the same care, but his eyes held a new light, reflecting the world around him with quiet joy. He tended the moon petals, appreciating their enduring beauty, and he tended Whisper, now a sturdy, glowing plant holding the promise of new beginnings in its seed. He shared the seed with Arras, who planted it in her sunniest window, and with Elder Thistle, who nodded with wise approval. He even gave one to young Finn, who had always been too shy to speak to him, and watched the boy's eyes light up with the same wonder Silas now felt. Silas learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new, but about unfolding into the fullness of who you already were, layer by layer, like Whisper's luminous bloom. It required listening to the whispers of your own heart, to the wisdom of friends, to the subtle rhythms of the world. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered, but a season to be lived, with its own unique beauty and necessary rests. The magic, he realized, hadn't been just in Whisper's light, but in the courage to plant the seed, to nurture it differently, and to accept the transformation within and without. Now, as the fire crackled low in his hearth, and the scent of moon petals drifted through the open window, Silas felt a profound sense of comfort. He was still the keeper of the garden, the lover of quiet routines. But his world had grown larger, softer, illuminated from within. He touched the cool, smooth seed nestled in his palm, Whisper's legacy, ready to plant it when the time felt right, knowing that every ending held a beginning, every change held a quiet magic, and the most beautiful growth often bloomed from the gentle courage to embrace the unknown. The village slept under the watchful stars, and in the cottage beneath the ancient oak, peace reigned deep and complete. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of Old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. "Hum," Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. "Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead." She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. "These see what wishes to stay hidden." With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. If not the squirrels, who? That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you. Are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them, but the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Mrs. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. The giggles. Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. "You didn't break it, you made it feel." Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. The first frost of autumn had just begun to paint silver edges on the maple leaves outside Finn's window when the feeling settled deep in his bones, a restless ache like a half-remembered melody. In the village of Oakhaven, where cobblestones knew every footfall and chimneys sighed familiar smoke, 12-year-old Finn moved through days feeling slightly out of step. While others mended fishing nets or kneaded dough with sturdy, certain hands, Finn's gaze drifted to the shadowed line of the Glimmerwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets on the wind. His grandmother used to say he had moss in his veins and starlight in his pockets, a gentle tease for a boy who'd rather sketch-lichen patterns than mend fences. One evening, as amber light bled through the westward hills, old man Hemlock summoned Finn to his cluttered cottage. Hemlock wasn't truly old, but wisdom had etched lines around his eyes like river deltas. "Your grandmother left you this," he murmured, placing a small object in Finn's palm. It was a compass, but unlike any Finn had seen. Its casing was warm, living wood, and where a needle should be, a slender crystal shard glowed with inner moonlight. "The whispering compass," Hemlock said. "It points not to north, but to where you're needed most. Guard it well. Some callings choose us, not the other way round." That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the compass hummed against Finn's chest. Not a sound, but a vibration that traveled up his ribs and into his dreams. He saw roots diving deep into jeweled caverns, stones with eyes like molten gold, and a great, cracked crystal weeping light. He woke to Dawn's gray fingers at the window, and the compass crystal blazing azure, pointing unwaveringly toward the forbidden Glimmerwood. Oakhaven's elders spoke of the woods in hushed tones, where shadows walk, they'd say, or where the earth remembers too much. But the compass pulsed like a second heartbeat, insistent as tide. Gathering his worn satchel, a wedge of cheese, his sketching charcoal, a water flask, Finn slipped past sleeping cottages. At the forest's edge, ancient oaks arched like cathedral ribs, their bark shimmering with trapped dew. The air thickened with the scent of pine resin and damp earth, and the compass's glow intensified, casting dancing sapphire motes on ferns unfurling like green scrolls. Hours blurred into a tapestry of dappled light and bird call. Finn followed deer trails carpeted with velvet moss, where mushrooms glowed with foxfire luminescence. Yet beneath the beauty, unease prickled. The forest floor trembled faintly, as if the earth itself sighed in discomfort. And the deeper he went, the stranger the woods became. Trees bore fruits like faceted amethysts, streams ran silver over singing stones, and once a thicket rustled to reveal a stag with antlers woven from living ivy and twilight. It regarded Finn with ancient eyes before melting into the green. As dusk painted the canopy in bruised purples, Finn stumbled into a clearing where the trembling intensified. There, hunched beside a toppled menhir, was a creature straight from his dream. It stood no taller than his knee, its body formed of smooth, slate-gray stone articulated like polished pebbles stacked by a careful child. Two eyes, like chips of warm topaz, blinked rapidly. It clutched a cracked arm close, and where its rocky skin had fractured, faint golden light seeped out like liquid honey. Finn froze. Stonekin. Village tales painted them as earth giants, guardians who'd turned wrathful. But this being radiated only pain and fear. "Hello," Finn whispered, the word swallowed by the vast quiet. The creature flinched, scrambling backward. A low, grinding whimper escaped it. Finn knelt slowly, hands open. "I won't hurt you." He gestured to his satchel. "Are you hungry?" Breaking off a crumb of cheese, he placed it on a leaf and slid it forward. The stonekin eyed him, then the cheese. With surprising delicacy, it picked up the morsel. A sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook emerged, a hesitant, gravelly chirp. Finn smiled. "I'm Finn, what's your name?" More chirps and clicks, like geology given voice. The creature tapped its chest. "Pebble." Then it pointed urgently at the fractured arm, then deep into the woods, whimpering again. Finn understood. You're hurt and lost. Pebble nodded, Topaz eyes wide with distress. The compass at Finn's neck flared brilliantly, its crystal beam now arrow straight toward the direction Pebble pointed, deeper into the Glimmerwood's heart. I'm supposed to help you, Finn realized aloud. The compass brought me here. Using strips torn from his shirt, Finn bound Pebble's arm, careful not to touch the weeping light. As he worked, Pebble chirped a story in fragmented sounds and gestures. Stonekin lived deep below, in caverns lit by a great crystal that sang the earth to sleep. But the crystal was sick, cracking, making the world tremble. Pebble had been sent to find sky tears, moonlit dew said to hold healing power, but got injured by a falling rock during a tremor. Can you take me to the crystal? Finn asked. Maybe I can help. Pebble hesitated, then nodded, gesturing toward a mossy outcrop. With surprising strength, the little stonekin pushed aside a boulder, revealing a hidden passage smelling of cool stone and deep thyme. Finn took a steadying breath. The compass hummed, warm against his skin. Together, they descended into the earth. The underground realm was a revelation. Bioluminescent fungi-painted tunnels in ethereal blues and greens, their light reflecting in pools where blind fish flickered like liquid opal. They passed galleries where massive, elder stonekins stood sentinel, their stony faces etched with worry. Pebble chirped greetings, and Finn felt countless topaz eyes watching him, not hostile but wary, heavy with sorrow. The air thrummed with a discordant vibration, the sick crystal's song gone painfully sharp. Finally they emerged into a cavern so vast Finn gasped. Its ceiling glittered with embedded stars, crystals catching the light from below. And at the center, rising like a frozen geyser, stood the great crystal. It should have been magnificent, radiating harmonious light. Instead, a jagged fissure split its heart, pulsing erratically. Sickly yellow light bled from the crack, and with each pulse the ground shivered. Stonekin elders, larger, their bodies striated with mineral veins, stood in a circle, chanting in deep, resonant tones that momentarily soothed the crystal's anguished flicker, but couldn't heal the fracture. An elder with quartz-veined shoulders turned. Pebble. The relief in the grinding voice was palpable. Then, seeing Finn, the elder stiffened. Surfaced child. The word rumbled like distant rockfall, edged with centuries of mistrust. Pebble chirped rapidly, gesturing at Finn's compass and his bandaged arm. I came because the compass led me, Finn explained, his voice echoing strangely. It points where I'm needed, and I think I know why the crystal is sick. He remembered Oakhaven's oldest tale, sung during the Harvest Moon Festival, a song of alliance between root and sky, when stonekin and villagers tended the land together. Long ago, Finn said slowly, people above sang with the crystal, didn't they? A harmony. The quartz-veined elder, bolder, nodded heavily. The sky song, it wove with the deep song, balance, then fear grew, sky people stopped singing, stopped listening, the harmony broke, the crystal remembers the silence, it grieves, weakens. The ground shuddered violently, and the crystal's crack widened, spilling more tainted light. Pebble whimpered, pressing close to Finn. Finn touched the whispering compass. It wasn't just pointing to a place, it was pointing to a failure, a broken bond between worlds. Healing the crystal needed more than sky tears, it needed the lost sky song restored. I have to go back, Finn declared. To Oakhaven, I have to make them remember the song. Boulder's gaze was skeptical. Sky people fear us. They call us shadow walkers. They will not listen. But Pebble chirped insistently, tapping Finn's hand, then the compass. Trust. The journey back through the tunnels felt heavier. The compass's glow was steady, but Finn's heart wrestled with doubt. How could he, the boy with moss in his veins, convince practical Oakhaven of singing to stones? Reaching the surface near dawn, Finn saw the village bathed in rose-gold light. Home. Yet it felt different now, smaller, yet infinitely more precious. He had to succeed. Returning caused a stir. Glimmerwood, gasped Widow Maybell, clutching her shawl. Have the shadows addled your wits, boy? Finn stood before the gathered villagers at the well square, pebble half hidden behind his legs. He spoke of the trembling earth, the dying crystal, the stonekin's grief and guardianship. He showed them Pebble not a monster, but a lost child of the earth, eyes wide with hope and pain. He told of the ancient alliance, the sky song forgotten. Silence followed, thick with disbelief. Old man Hemlock stepped forward. He knelt slowly, his old bones creaking, and met Pebble's topaz gaze. My grandfather, Hemlock murmured, his voice rough with emotion, spoke of the deep friends. He said they taught us where the sweetest berries grew, and how to sing the frost away from seedlings. He touched a worn amulet at his throat, a tiny, smooth stone. We called it superstition. Fear is a weed that chokes memory. Finn's heart leaped. The song Hemlock, do you remember it? Hemlock frowned, humming fragments. Aye, bits, like roots embrace the starlight deep, but the heart of it. He shook his head. Lost. Despair threatened. But Finn remembered the whispering compass, its warmth against his skin. It hadn't led him astray. Closing his eyes, he recalled the crystal's fractured song, its discordance. He thought of Pebble's trusting chirp, the deep chants of the Stonekin elders, the sigh of the Glimmerwood leaves. And he felt the missing piece, not just notes, but connection. Opening his eyes, Finn began to hum. Not the harvest moon tune, but a new melody, born of moss and moonlight, of friendship found in the dark. It was hesitant at first, a thread of sound. But as he sang, weaving Hemlock's fragments with the crystal's remembered resonance and Pebble's hopeful chirp translated into sound, something shifted. The villagers stirred. Widow Maybell, her voice surprisingly clear, joined in, finding an old harmony. The blacksmith added a deep, grounding note. Children, curious, added lighter threads. Slowly, falteringly, the sky song rose again over Oakhaven, not a relic, but a living thing, reborn from understanding. Pebble tugged Finn's sleeve, chirping excitedly, pointing back to the woods. The trembling had stopped. The compass glowed pure, steady white. Finn led the villagers, singing as they walked, back to the hidden entrance. Down they went into the earth, their song growing stronger, braided with courage and newfound trust. In the great cavern, the Stonekin elders stood stunned as the sky song washed over them, then swelled with their own resonant deep song. The two melodies wove together, human voices and stone-born chants, surface and depth, filling the cavern with a harmony unseen for generations. Finn stepped forward, still singing, and placed his hand upon the great crystal, right beside the jagged crack. Pebble placed his good stone hand beside it. Boulder joined, then Hemlock, then others, Stonekin and villager, hand upon hand, voice upon voice. The discordant pulse softened. The sickly yellow light receded, replaced by a pure white gold radiance that flowed from the point of contact. With a sound like mountains sighing in relief, the crack in the crystal sealed, leaving only a faint, glowing seam, a scar of remembrance, not sickness. Light, harmonious and warm, flooded the cavern, reflecting in countless topaz eyes shining with joy and relief. The earth's sigh became a contented hum. Above, in Oakhaven, apple blossoms unfurled out of season, and the Glimmerwood's leaves shimmered with renewed vigor. Finn stood between worlds, no longer out of step, but a living bridge. He spent days below, learning the Stonekins' ways, teaching them village songs, sketching their luminous caverns. Pebble became his constant shadow, chirping tales Finn translated for the fascinated children of Oakhaven. Boulder and Hemlock, now fast friends, planned shared harvests, mushrooms from the deep for wool from the hills. One evening, weeks later, Finn sat with Pebble on a hill, overlooking both Oakhaven and the Glimmerwood entrance. The whispering compass lay in his palm. Its crystal no longer blazed or pointed wildly. It glowed with a soft, constant light, warm as hearth fire, pointing steadily towards the village below, towards the hidden caverns, towards the intertwined lives he now cherished. It pointed simply and surely to home, not a single place, but a tapestry woven of trust, song, and the quiet courage found when a dreamer follows a whisper into the unknown. As the first stars pricked the violet sky, Finn felt the moss in his veins settle, the starlight in his pockets warm him. The earth, once trembling with grief, now hummed a lullaby of balance restored. And in that peaceful resonance, under the watchful eyes of both root and sky, Finn knew the truest magic wasn't in compasses or crystals, but in the quiet, unbreakable bond of friendship that had healed a world, one shared song at a time. The compass's gentle light pulsed once, a silent heartbeat of belonging, as the moon rose, bathing the healed land in silver, and all was still. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe, and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets, a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. Lost whispers, you say? It squeaked, whiskers twitching. Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths, the wind tells me things. Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness. Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. Trouble brewing, he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root. Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the High Tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. Who disturbs my sorrow? The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears like liquid granite rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen. The spirit's grinding voice faltered. Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone. More stony tears fell. Ask about the friend, the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. Your friend. Oliver asked softly. What happened? A tremor shook the spirit. The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone. Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force. The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned. The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. Imprisoned, not forgotten. No, Oliver said firmly. We can't help find its voice again. Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking, Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song. He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder, and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart, come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. "Whispering oaks," Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, "are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart." She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. "This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon." Milo stared at the acorn. "But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling." Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. "Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun?" She leaned forward. "Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet." Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, "Trust the ground that catches you." He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps." just like seeds grow. He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sod and moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. "HMPH," Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. Lonely ticker, eh? Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose. He pecked gently at the watch chain. Follow me. Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. Hold it there. Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. Here, here, Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. Just quiet, Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent, and it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. Whiskers. Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds. The call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. Listen, little thorn, murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the Heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern, the frostfire moths always wake the Heartstone? Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. The north wind gossips, she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered imberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. The ancient starship drifted silently through the velvet expanse of space, its hull scarred by micrometeorites and dusted with starlight. Within its cavernous botanical garden, a forgotten oasis of towering ferns and bioluminescent flowers, two very different explorers first laid eyes on each other. Pip was a small, furry being from the mist-shrouded forests of Veridia. With large, luminous eyes adapted to twilight and delicate paws that barely disturbed the moss beneath them, they communicated through soft chirps and expressive ear twitches. Across a bubbling stream of liquid starlight stood Kale. Born on the crystalline mountains of Solara Prime, their bodies shimmered with embedded geodes that refracted light into rainbows. Kale spoke in deep, resonant hums that vibrated through the metal floor plates. "Sure whistle," Pip trilled nervously, flattening their silver-tipped ears. They'd never seen a walking mountain before. "Who and Brumble," Kale responded, mistaking Pip's cautious posture for aggression. A protective layer of sharp quartz spines emerged from their shoulders with a sound like cracking ice. Thus began the great misunderstanding. For 3 planetary rotations, they avoided each other. Pip hid among weeping willow ferns when Kale's heavy footsteps echoed through the garden's overgrown paths. Kale, believing the tiny creature to be a territorial pest, deliberately took wide detours around the berry thickets Pip favored. Pip thought Kale's crystal glow was a predatory lure. Kale assumed Pip's shimmering fur was a warning of toxicity. Both were desperately lonely. The turning point came when the ship's decaying gravity generator faltered. Floating pollen became dangerous projectiles, and a massive century-old glowwood tree tore from its roots, crashing toward Pip's nest. With a panicked squeak, Pip scrambled only to get tangled in vine tendrils. Kale, without thinking, lunged forward. Their crystalline arms braced against the trunk with a sound like grinding glaciers, stopping the tree centimeters from Pip's head. Quartz spines shattered against the bark. Whir. Pip trembled, staring at the glittering shards. Regret hum Kale resonated softly, retracting their damaged spines. Not harm. Slowly, Pip nudged a fallen starberry toward Kale. The crystal being hesitated, then absorbed the offering through a palm facet, emitting a surprised ping of delight. Pip's ears perked up the universal sound of sweetness. Their shared challenge began hours later. A klaxon wailed the ship's failing core, threatened to implode. Lights flickered as emergency bulkheads slammed down, sealing them in the engine access corridor. Pip's sensitive nose wrinkled at the acrid stench of melting conduits. Kale's facets dimmed under stress. "Escape," Pip chirped, pointing delicate claws at the ceiling vent. "Too small," Kale hummed mournfully, "too large to fit." "Fix core." Pip gestured at the pulsing, erratic energy sphere behind cracked shielding. "Too dangerous," Pip shivered. One energy surge could vaporize them. They huddled together as the corridor heated. Pip noticed Kale's facets glowing erratically, not with fear, but with concentrated data streams. "You know machines." Memory stones, Kale tapped their chest, where ancestral knowledge crystallized. "But cannot reach panel." The control interface was behind a warped door only Pip could squeeze through. And the manual override. A heavy lever requiring Kale's strength. Silence hung between them, thick with unspoken trust. Then Pip nuzzled Kale's rough hand. "Show." Kale projected holographic schematics from their palm. Pip watched, whiskers twitching in concentration. Hot wires blue to gold. A firm hum. Danger close. Pip took a shuddering breath and darted through the gap. Inside the chamber, radiation alarms screamed. Following Kale's projected instructions, Pip's tiny paws reconnected frayed neural cables, singing fur in the process. "Kale, now." Outside, Kale threw their full weight against the lever. Metal shrieked in protest. "Hurry." Pip's pained chirp echoed. With a roar that shook dust from the ceiling, Kale shattered a facet, pouring crystalline energy into the mechanism. The lever slammed home. Coolant flooded the chamber. Pip tumbled out, fur smoking. Kale gathered them gently, applying soothing mineral paste to burns. For the first time, Pip heard Kale's true voice beneath the hums, a melody of sorrow and solitude from a shattered homeworld. In turn, Pip shared their own loss through chirped lullabies how Viridia's forests burned, leaving them adrift. As the ship stabilized, they sat beneath a holographic nebula projection. Kale carefully repaired Pip's singed fur with adhesive gem dust. "Why help?" Pip chirped. "You small, but heart big." Kale pulsed warm amber light. "Alone no more." Pip nestled against Kale's sturdy form, purring a harmony to Kale's grounding hum. They didn't notice the ship's navigation system reactivating, charting a course toward an uncharted green and blue planet. Nor did they see the ship's central display flicker to life, revealing its original mission, arc of understanding seeking common ground. What mattered was the quiet understanding flowing between them, Kale's strength sheltering Pip's fragility, Pip's agility mending Kale's broken facets. When Pip offered a foraged moonmint leaf, Kale didn't absorb it. Instead, they cradled it in a palm, marveling at its delicate veins. When Kale shared a memory stone's soft glow, Pip didn't flinch. They curled within the light, bathing in its warmth. The true test came upon landing. Hostile native fauna surrounded the ship, screeching, clawed creatures drawn by the crash. Pip froze, terror-stilling their song. Kale stepped forward, spines extended, but the creatures swarmed. One lunged, fangs snapping toward Pip. Without thinking, Pip darted up Kale's arm and stood atop their head, puffing their fur and emitting an ear-splitting, ultrasonic shriek, a Viridian forest warden's cry. The creatures recoiled, confused. Seizing the moment, Kale struck the ground, creating a harmonic tremor that scattered them. Afterward, Pip trembled against Kale's neck. Never made big noise before. Courage found, Kale hummed proudly, their facets glowing sunset orange. Together, they built a shelter from salvaged ship panels. Kale lifted and shaped, Pip wove insulating vines. Kale learned to read Pip's subtle ear lifts and tail twitches. Pip deciphered Kale's complex hum spectrums. When Kale accidentally stepped on Pip's favorite moss garden, instead of fleeing, Pip guided their massive foot away with gentle pats. When Pip fell ill from alien pollen, Kale stayed awake for days, humming healing frequencies learned from Solara's wind-hewn caves. One evening, as twin moons rose, they shared stories. Kale projected holograms of crystalline cities, singing under auroras. Pip chirped tales of emerald canopies, alive with firefly symphonies. They realized their homes weren't gone, they lived in each other's memories, made brighter by sharing. Friends. Pip asked softly, placing a paw on Kale's warmest facet. More, Kale resonated, enveloping Pip in a gentle, light-filled embrace. Family found. Years later, their shelter had blossomed into a thriving homestead. Solar vines climbed walls Kale had forged. Pip's terraced gardens cascaded down hillsides. Galactic travelers would visit, marveling at the crystalline wood structure and the legends of two beings who spoke different languages yet shared one heart. Pip would greet them with a chirp, perched safely on Kale's shoulder. Kale would hum a welcome, their facets glowing with contentment. And on quiet nights, when the moons cast silver paths across the meadow, they'd sit beneath the stars, Kale's resonance a steady heartbeat against Pip's purring melody. No words were needed. The ship's final log, discovered long after, said it best. Understanding is not the absence of difference, but the gentle bridge built across it. Sometimes the bridge begins with a berry and ends with a shared sky. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more. With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? "That," Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, "is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk?" Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. What is that slime? Theo whispered, pointing. And that smell, it's wrong. Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. Ah, Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. That, Theo, is bogrot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light, Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast. Silas smiled gently. Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source. Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here? Silas's smile widened. An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note. Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. The whisper reeds, Silas exclaimed. Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge. The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. Now, Theo. Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bogrot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic. Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection. Connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature, a small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a Heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Leo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. The stone doesn't light, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful? There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the Heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the Heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. "She visited here often." Leo looked at the glimmerwing, surprised. "You knew her." "All who carry Heartstones are known to us," Flicker said. "They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree." For a long moment Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. "The Heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves." Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Whatever feels right," Flicker replied. "Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember." But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. "It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree." Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. "The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust." Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried, and how it had lessened here, in this place of connection. He looked at the Heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the Heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the woods seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the Heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out, and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day Leo baked bread, using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a Heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. "Why must things change?" she would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. "But mice don't shred moonbeam charms." A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the Whispering Woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. "Ah, little observer," he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. "Trouble in the valley, I sent it on the wind. Sit, warm your bones." Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. "Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between." He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. "Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets." So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints no larger than her thumbnail dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. "Too deep, always too deep," whimpered one, its wings drooping. "The heartnut must find soil before the roots turn to dust." Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting. Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. "Please," she whispered. "I won't hurt you." The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see." "I see you," Clara said gently. "Why are you digging?" The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. "We never meant harm," Bramble sniffled. "Only to save our home." Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. "The blight," he murmured. "I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach." He nudged the withered acorn bramble carried. "This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another." He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrels' devoted care. At dusk, they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision, they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. The old house settled around Theo like a well-worn quilt, each creak and groan a familiar lullaby. Outside, rain whispered secrets to the window panes, pitter-pat, pitter-pat, while the fire in the hearth crackled its warm, golden reply. Theo, tucked under his own quilt, felt a familiar restlessness. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper tonight, holding their breath. That's when his gaze drifted towards the steep, narrow staircase leading to the one place he rarely ventured, the attic. It wasn't that he was forbidden, it was simply unknown. A realm of dust motes dancing in stray light beams, forgotten furniture draped in ghostly sheets, and secrets whispered by old trunks. Tonight, however, a peculiar pull tugged at him, stronger than the cozy lure of his bed. Perhaps it was the rhythmic sighing of the wind in the eaves, or the way a single, brave moonbeam managed to pierce the skylight's grime, painting a silver path on the attic floor. Gathering his courage, a small, flickering thing like a birthday candle flamed Theo, slipped on his thick socks and padded towards the stairs. The wood side beneath his feet, creak groan, a sound older than he could imagine. The attic air was thick with the scent of time, dry paper, cedar wood, and the faintest hint of lavender from long-gone sachets. Moonlight pooled around a large, humpback trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle, its brass buckles tarnished green. This was the source of the pull. Kneeling, Theo wrestled with a stubborn buckle, the metal cold against his fingers. With a final click-snick, the lid lifted, releasing a puff of dust that danced in the moonbeam like miniature stars. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed linens and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, lay a small wooden box. It wasn't ornate, just smooth, honey-colored oak, worn soft with age. Carved on its lid was a simple, swirling pattern like wind chasing leaves. Curious, Theo lifted it. It felt surprisingly heavy, solid. He traced the carving, his finger finding a tiny, almost invisible latch. Click. The lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, was a music box. Not grand, but perfectly formed. Instead of a ballerina, a tiny, intricate scene was revealed. A miniature forest glade, complete with minuscule trees, a winding path of tiny pebbles, and a little wooden bridge arching over a silver thread of a stream. At its center stood a figure, no bigger than Theo's thumb, carved like a kindly old man with a lantern. Theo gently turned the small brass key protruding from the side. It resisted, stiff with disuse, then gave way with a soft tick-tick-tick. The melody that began was unlike any music box tune Theo had ever heard. It wasn't tinkling or high-pitched, but deep, resonant, and achingly beautiful. It sounded like the sigh of ancient trees, the chuckle of a hidden brook, and the distant chime of stars, all woven together. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink, ding-dong, it filled the attic, not loudly, but with a profound presence that seemed to push back the shadows, turning them soft and velvety. The tiny lantern on the figure's hand began to glow with a warm, buttery light, illuminating the miniature scene with impossible detail. Theo gasped. "Ah," sighed a voice, soft as dust settling. "It's been an age since that song warmed these rafters." Theo nearly dropped the box. Perched on the edge of the trunk, smoothing her whiskers with a tiny paw, sat a mouse. She wasn't gray, but a soft, dove brown, and perched precariously on her head was a thimble-sized silver teacup, tilted at a jaunty angle. Her eyes, bright as polished jet beads, regarded Theo with surprising warmth. Who are you?" Theo whispered, clutching the humming music box. "Seraphina Pinwhisker," the mouse announced, dipping her head, causing the teacup to wobble alarmously. "Keeper of forgotten melodies and, occasionally, misplaced biscuit crumbs. And you found the Heartwood box. Quite the discovery, young master." The Heartwood box. Theo breathed, mesmerized by the glowing miniature and the hauntingly beautiful tune. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink-K-plink. "Indeed," Seraphina chirped. "Its song holds the memory of the Deepwood Glade, a place of peace tucked away. Well, somewhere beyond the cobwebs and old hatboxes, that little chap with the lantern, that's old Loomies. He guards the path." She pointed a tiny claw. "But see, his light is flickering, weak, the glade's heart song is fading." Theo peered closer. Indeed, the warm glow from the tiny lantern was sputtering, casting frantic, jumping shadows within the miniature forest. As it dimmed, the beautiful melody faltered, skipping notes, sounding thin and strained. Hum-plink-HM, a wave of coldness seemed to emanate from the box, chilling Theo's fingers despite the music box's warmth. "What's wrong with it?" Theo asked, a pang of sadness striking him as the lovely music threatened to die. "Silence," murmured a new voice, low and rumbling like stones in a brook. From behind a stack of hatboxes padded a large, ginger cat. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his green eyes held ancient patience. He moved with silent grace, settling near Theo, his purr starting up a deep, comforting vibration like a contented kettle simmering. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. P-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-M-M. "The glade fears the silence," the cat stated simply. "It creeps in when the heart song weakens, stealing the light, stealing the music. Old Loomies needs courage to keep the lantern bright, but courage grows dim in the quiet." Theo understood fear. He understood the shadows in his room, the unease in the attic's depths. "How can we help? How can we give old Loomies courage?" "The song needs mending," Seraphina said, adjusting her teacup hat. "Its strength comes from harmony, from kindness remembered. The box remembers the glade, but it needs to feel the warmth that banishes the silence. It needs a spark." "But it's just a box." Theo protested, looking at the tiny, flickering light. Ah, rumbled the ginger cat, whose name, Theo learned, was Russell for the sound he made moving through dry leaves. Size is a tricky thing. Courage isn't measured in miles or muscle, young Theo. It's measured in heartbeats, in choosing light when the dark presses close. The spark old Loomies needs isn't fire, it's connection. It's the echo of friendship, the warmth of a caring thought, sent right into the heart of the song. Theo looked from the earnest mouse to the wise cat, then down at the struggling miniature world in his hands. The melody was now just a faint, broken whisper. Plink, plink, the coldness intensified. He thought of the cozy fire downstairs, of the safe warmth of his quilt, of his parents sleeping peacefully. He thought of Seraphina's cheerful presence and Russell's deep, grounding purr. Prrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr He didn't just think of warmth and safety, he felt it. He poured into the little wooden box the feeling of the crackling fire, the softness of his quilt, the sound of rain on the roof that meant shelter, the purring cat beside him, the brave little mouse with her teacup hat. He imagined sending all that cozy, safe, kind feeling down the winding path of the miniature glade, straight towards the flickering lantern of old Loomies. He focused not on banishing the darkness, but on holding the light he already knew. He remembered the courage it took to climb the creaking stairs, the wonder of finding the box, the kindness in Seraphina's bright eyes, the comfort in Russell's steady presence. He gathered all these small, brave, warm feelings and sent them like a silent prayer into the heart of the music. HMMMM. A single clear note resonated from the box, stronger than before. Theo opened his eyes. Inside the miniature glade, the tiny lantern flared. Not violently, but steadily, warmly, pushing back the shadows that had been encroaching. The light spilled over the tiny pebbles, gilded the miniature leaves, and shone on old Loomies' carved face, which seemed impossibly to hold a gentle smile. The melody surged back, richer, fuller, deeper than ever. Hum-HMMMM, plink-plink, plink, ding-dong, it wove together the sighing trees, the chuckling brook, the distant stars, and now the crackle of a fire, the purr of a cat, the patter of rain, the gentle creak of an old house, and the quiet, steady beat of a courageous young heart. It was a symphony of comfort. The coldness vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth radiating from the box, seeping into Theo's hands. The shadows in the attic weren't banished. They simply became soft, velvety corners, no longer threatening, just resting. Well spun, young master. Seraphina clapped her tiny paws, her teacup hat bobbing. A tapestry of warmth, that's what that was. Old Loomies hasn't shone that bright since Great-Aunt Mildred found her misplaced spectacles. Russell bumped his large, warm head gently against Theo's arm, his purr deepening into a satisfied rumble. PRRRRRRRRRMMM. Courage shared is courage multiplied, he murmured. The silence flees from such harmony. Theo looked down at the heartwood box. The miniature glade was bathed in peaceful, golden light. The song flowed strong and serene, filling the attic with its profound, comforting presence. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet contentment. The shadows downstairs no longer seemed like lurking monsters, but simply part of the night's gentle embrace. He hadn't traveled miles, he journeyed inward, across the landscape of his own fear, guided by kindness and friendship, and found courage in the warmth he already possessed. He carefully closed the lid of the heartwood box. The beautiful melody softened, becoming a gentle hum within the wood, a secret warmth against his palm. He placed it back on the blue velvet inside the trunk, leaving the lid open just a crack, like a promise to return. Will it be all right? Theo asked softly, looking at his small companions. Seraphina nodded, her whiskers twitching. Oh, indeed, the song is strong again, and now, she yawned delicately behind a tiny paw, It's time for sensible creatures to seek their nests. Even keepers of forgotten melodies need their rest. Russell gave a final, resonant purr and padded silently back into the deeper shadows of the attic, a rustle of fur against old fabric. Serafina gave Theo a last bright-eyed blink before scampering off towards a hole near a stack of old books, her tiny teacup hat vanishing into the darkness. Theo carefully closed the trunk, the brass buckle clicking softly. The attic felt different now. Still mysterious, still full of forgotten things, but no longer unknown or frightening. It felt companionable. The moonbeam still shone, silver and peaceful. The rain continued its gentle pitter-pat on the roof, a soothing counterpoint to the faint, comforting hum he could almost feel emanating from the trunk. He padded back down the sighing stairs, creak groan, the sounds now familiar and friendly. The fire in the hearth had settled into glowing embers, casting dancing, warm shadows on the walls, friendly shapes now, like gentle giants resting. The fear of the dark corners had melted away, replaced by the understanding that darkness wasn't empty. It was just quiet, holding its own kind of peace, like the velvet lining of the old trunk. Sliding back under his quilt, Theo felt the deep, safe warmth seep into his bones. He listened to the house settle, the soft pop of an ember, the sigh of the wind, the distant, almost imperceptible hum of the heartwood box singing its song of the deepwood glade, a lullaby woven from ancient trees, starlight, crackling fires, purring cats, brave little mice, and the quiet, enduring strength of kindness and courage found within. The shadows were just friends waiting for the dawn, and the night wrapped around him like a familiar, velvet cloak. His eyelids grew heavy, the beautiful melody echoing softly in his mind, hum-HMMM, plink plink k-plink, ding-dong, a gentle reminder that light, warmth, and courage were always just a heartbeat away, often found in the most ordinary of boxes, in the most unexpected of attics, carried on the wings of friendship and the quiet strength of a caring thought. And as sleep finally claimed him, the last sound he heard was the contented sigh of the old house, settling deeper into its own peaceful dreams. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there existed a world that only truly awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as sentinels of time, their bark etched with stories older than memory, and their leaves whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. On this particular night, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of a full moon, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony that seemed to harmonize with the distant babble of a hidden stream. High above, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and in the clearings below, tiny points of bioluminescent light danced, glowworms tracing patterns in the air, and luminous fungi carpeting the forest floor like fallen constellations. It was in one such clearing that a young fox, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the curiosity of countless moonlit adventures, found herself sitting beside a moss-covered stone. She was listening not just with her ears but with her very soul to the murmurs of the forest. The trees spoke in creaks and sighs, sharing tales of seasons long past. The stream gurgled melodies of journeys to distant lands, and the stones, warm from the day's sun, hummed with the deep, steady wisdom of the earth. But tonight the fox noticed something unusual. The usual gentle glow of the moon petals, flowers that bloomed only under moonlight and cast a soft, silver radiance, seemed dimmer than usual. Their light flickered uncertainly, as if hesitant to shine. A subtle tension threaded through the forest's nightly chorus, a note of concern woven into the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Determined to understand, the fox padded softly through the undergrowth, her steps silent on the bed of pine needles and moss. She followed the sound of the babbling brook, knowing that water often carried answers from deeper parts of the forest. As she walked, she passed ferns that glimmered with dewdrop jewels and mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle, greenish light. The air itself seemed to shimmer with magic, cool and refreshing against her fur. Soon she reached the stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. She dipped her paw into the cool current and listened. The stream's language was one of flow and change, and tonight it murmured of a stillness creeping into the forest, a quietness that felt heavy rather than peaceful. The balance wavers, the water seemed to say. The time of deep rest approaches, but something resists. Puzzled, the fox continued her journey, now climbing a gentle slope where the trees grew older and grander. Their trunks were thick with lichen, and their branches reached like wise, gnarled fingers toward the sky. Here the air was scented with damp earth and the faint, sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. She knew that somewhere among these ancient beings lived the great horned owl, a creature whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest oak. It wasn't long before she found him, perched on a low branch of a towering cedar, his feathers speckled with moonlight and his eyes glowing like amber pools of knowledge. He turned his head slowly, regarding her with a calm, knowing gaze. "You have heard it too, little one," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended seamlessly with the night sounds. "The forest holds its breath." The fox nodded. "The moon petals are fading and the stream speaks of stillness. What does it mean?" The owl shifted slightly, his feathers rustling like parchment. "The seasons turn as they always have. The time of autumn's surrender to winter's rest is upon us, but sometimes the forest forgets how to let go. It clings to the light, fearing the darkness rather than trusting in the renewal that follows." He gestured with a wing toward a particularly ancient tree, its trunk hollowed by time yet still standing strong. "That elder maple has seen countless cycles. Its leaves have fallen and regrown more times than any of us can count. Yet, even it sometimes hesitates to release the last of its foliage, as if holding on might keep the warmth a little longer." The fox tilted her head. "But why would the forest resist? Rest is part of the magic." "Indeed," the owl replied. "But change can be frightening, even when it is natural. The moon petals dim because they feel the uncertainty in the air. The stream murmurs of stillness because the energy of the forest is caught between holding on and letting go." As if to emphasize his words, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered rhythmically on the leaves above, each drop a tiny drumbeat in the night symphony. The sound was soothing, almost hypnotic, and the fox felt a sense of calm settle over her despite the tension in the air. "What can be done?" she asked. The owl's eyes seemed to deepen with warmth. "We must remind the forest of the beauty in release. We must show it that rest is not an end, but a promise of renewal. The magic of this place is not only in its light, but in its shadows, not only in its warmth, but in its cool, quiet moments of reflection." Together they decided to journey to the heart of the forest, a starlit clearing where the moon petals grew thickest, and where the trees formed a protective circle around a small, crystal-clear pond. As they walked, the owl shared stories of winters past, of how the snow blanketed the earth in silence, allowing the roots to dream deeply, and how the spring always returned with vibrant life, fueled by that very rest. The rain continued to fall, its gentle percussion mingling with the whisper of the wind through the pines and the distant hush of the stream. The fox felt each sound deep within her, a natural lullaby that eased her worries. When they reached the clearing, they found the moon petals indeed glowing faintly, their silver light wavering like a timid heartbeat. Around the pond, the trees stood solemnly, their leaves trembling slightly in the breeze as if unsure whether to hold on or let go. The owl alighted on a stone at the water's edge, and the fox sat beside him. For a time they simply listened, to the patter of rain on the pond's surface, to the sigh of the trees, to the soft chirrup of crickets hidden in the grass. Then the owl began to speak, not in words, but in a series of soft, melodic hoots that wove through the night like a thread of comfort. It was a song of cycles, of trust, of the deep and abiding truth that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Inspired, the fox moved to the center of the clearing. She closed her eyes and let the forest sounds fill her, the rustle, the babble, the patter, the hum. And then she began to dance. It was a slow, graceful movement, a mimicry of falling leaves and flowing water, of shifting shadows and returning light. Her steps were gentle on the damp earth, and as she moved, she poured all her love for the forest into her dance. Something shifted in the air. The moon petals seemed to brighten, their glow strengthening as if drawing courage from her grace. One by one, the trees began to release their hold on their final leaves. They drifted down silently, spinning and twirling in the moonlight, each a testament to the beauty of letting go. The stream's murmur grew cheerful once more, chuckling with the joy of renewed flow. The stones hummed a little louder, their vibration a steady, grounding presence. And the rain, now softening to a drizzle, left behind a fresh, clean scent that spoke of washing away doubt and fear. As the fox danced, she noticed other nocturnal creatures emerging from the shadows. A badger with a striped face, a family of hedgehogs, a doe with her fawn, and even a circle of rabbits with ears perked in curiosity. They gathered at the edge of the clearing, their eyes reflecting the now bright glow of the moon petals. Together they added their own quiet presence to the symphony of the night, a collective embrace of the forest's natural rhythm. When the dance ended, the fox stood still, breathing deeply. The clearing was now awash with silver light, brighter than she had ever seen it. The moon petals shone with renewed vigor, and the air thrummed with a peaceful, settled energy. The forest had remembered how to trust. The owl flew down to land beside her. "You see, little one," he said softly, "sometimes all that is needed is a gentle reminder that we are part of something greater, a cycle that has turned long before us and will continue long after. There is wisdom in rest and magic in release." The fox nodded, her heart full. She looked around at the gathering of creatures, at the glowing clearing, and at the ancient trees now standing with a sense of peaceful surrender. The subtle tension had melted away, replaced by a deep, abiding calm. One by one, the animals slipped back into the shadows, returning to their nightly routines, but carrying with them the renewed sense of trust and peace. The owl gave a final, soft hoot and took flight, disappearing into the dark branches above. The fox remained for a while longer, sitting by the pond as the moon began its slow descent toward the horizon. She listened to the gentle lap of water against the shore, the distant whisper of the wind, and the steady, rhythmic pulse of the forest at peace. She knew that come winter, the snow would fall, silencing the world in a blanket of white. The streams would slow, the creatures would sleep, and the trees would stand bare against the sky. But she also knew that beneath that stillness, the magic would continue, dreaming, waiting, gathering strength for the return of spring. As she finally turned to make her way home, the first flakes of snow began to drift down, soft, silent, and gentle. They landed on her fur like cold kisses, and she smiled. The forest was embracing its rest, and she felt honored to have played a small part in reminding it of the beauty in letting go. And so, under the fading moonlight and the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest settled into its seasonal slumber, wrapped in the quiet magic of renewal, and filled with the peaceful certainty that after every night without fail, the dawn would always come.